Currently, our advertising platforms have been suspended without any reason. This is a difficult time for us. We will continue to work hard and dedicate ourselves to you, but we also greatly need your support. The funds that you donate through Give Send Go are the main source of money for us to continue covering expenses. If you find value in what we are doing, please continue to support and accompany us by selecting the monthly donate package for us via Give Send Go at the link below. Restored Republic relies solely upon donations from people like you to keep our site functional and free to use. Make America great again. God bless America. God bless us all.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Where we go one, we go all. 17, get the popcorn ready, because something big is coming in 3 days. Wednesday, June 11th is the best day of the year. It will be a wonderful day, an unforgettable day, a day no one will forget. Stay alert, get prepared, be patient. The best is yet to come. John F. Kennedy, Jr. Antifa fueled rioters across the nation as global quantum financial system goes live. Large banks collapsed whose monies were not gold-backed. Bank executives detained. Master and Visa cards dissolving. Their systems built to extract and deceive replaced by quantum financial system integration infrastructure. Judy note, Democrats and Soros groups, including Antifa, were staging violent riots nationwide in attempts to draw out federal agents for a massive. The National Guard and Marines were called out by President Trump as Antifa members in military gear arrived in Los Angeles while rioters began launching large fireworks at innocent civilians in their cars. The same type of riots were extending to San Francisco, New York, Michigan, Texas, and other large populations. How long will the civil unrest, military deployment, and arrest take from start to finish? This will happen in phases as cities fall into this chaos. Another reader wrote saying, I ordered and received the Ionic Care handheld device. I love mine and it has helped me numerous times with pain. It took about 3 weeks to get to me, but I wasn't desperate like the gentleman who ordered it for his wife who's in pain. My heart goes out to him and his wife. I would imagine that the company is incredibly backed up with orders right now. I'm sure it will probably take a couple of months for him to get his unit, which will seem like eternity, when you are in pain or watching someone you love struggle in pain. Another email received from the original complaint on Ionic Care stated, I'm very sorry for any problems I may have caused you. I still do not have the Ionic Care device in hand, but the tracking information is encouraging. I have just been beside myself trying to help my wife with her pain. If this thing works, it would be truly life-changing for us and humanity too. Thank you for being there. I will keep you posted. God bless you. And Judy note, I've been posting about the TRB Trump Gold products scam and would like to point out that these products were very different from the present Trump Bitcoin MetaCard and Bitcoin bills being promoted by Trump, Musk, Julian Assange, Tucker Carlson, and other honorable people. The TRB scam was run by the cabal. Hundreds have lost thousands of dollars through it and was presently under investigation by the New York police and Kash Patel's FBI. As I understand it, the Trump Bitcoin MetaCards, TBC cards, and Bitcoin bills were going up in value while being released in tandem with the new gold-backed U.S. note to instigate the gold asset-backed global currency reset. It's all very confusing, isn't it? You don't know who to trust and who not to trust. What we think we know as of Monday, June 9th, 2025. The global quantum financial system has gone live as banks collapsed whose monies were not gold-backed. Their bank executives detained, Master and Visa cards were dissolving, their systems built to extract and deceive, replaced by the quantum financial system, integrated infrastructure. PayPal and Stripe were next. These platforms have been used to funnel wealth into deep state projects and harvest user data. Sunday, June 8th, they literally are trying to buy everything. BlackRock and others have decided to buy every single family home in America. Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, is on the board of the World Economic Forum. Of course he is. And they've said, we want this great reset, which is you will own nothing and you will be happy. Your kids do not have a chance to buy that home because they can't outcompete BlackRock. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Sunday, June 8th. Democrats, Soros groups are staging violent riots nationwide in attempts to draw out federal agents for a massive. How long will the civil unrest, military deployment, and arrest take from start to finish? This will happen in phases as cities fall into this chaos. 107. And Sunday, June 8th, we have a link. Breaking. Antifa members in military gear have arrived in Los Angeles as rioters begin launching large fireworks at innocent civilians in their cars. I would stay far away from those areas. We have a link at Real Raw News. Marines heading to Los Angeles. Reminds me of the movie Civil War that came out last year. The violence in that movie was only in the big cities, and so it was about a journalist traveling from like place to place where all the violence was taking place. So it was in pockets. So it's very similar to what we're seeing now. Riots extending to San Francisco, New York, Michigan, Texas. Sunday, June 8th. Bank account records show Senator Lindsey Graham is laundering money from the Ukraine war back into his personal bank accounts. CIA officer says it's significant amounts of money being laundered back to Senator Lindsey Graham. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Possible timing. Sunday, June 8th. The big day is almost here. Within the next 24 to 48 hours, we expect the final activation steps to begin. Official notifications may arrive at any moment, marking the launch of a new financial era. QFS on Telegram. Global activation. The reset will go live very soon. Central banks and financial leaders around the world are preparing to jointly confirm the transition. Officially launching the new quantum-secured monetary system, this will mark the end of the old fiat structure and the beginning of sovereign blockchain-backed finance. Wallet rollout. We will receive direct instructions on how to access our QFS wallets. I'll be among the first to log in and view the new digital assets. The process may include encrypted updates or secured messages, but thanks to the preparation done in advance, it will be simple and efficient. Financial reset. New currency rates are expected to be posted directly in the wallet interface. Many past debts may be reduced or erased entirely. All of this will be enforced and recorded on the immutable blockchain ledger, offering complete transparency and proof for every single transaction and update. Smooth transition. All system tests and demonstration phases have been successful. A recent pilot transfer of offline quantum-secured digital currency worked flawlessly with military-grade security protocols in place and global support teams on standby. The shift is expected to be seamless with minimal interruptions. I am fully confident in the plan. Everything has been aligned for a controlled, secure transition into the quantum financial system. Stay alert, watch for official updates, and follow QFS pin post for real-time instructions. We are just hours away from witnessing a complete transformation of global finance. Sunday, June 8th, new X-22 report. Trump set up the last test to expose the rest of the deep state. Art of war, insurrection, justice. Sunday, June 8th, Los Angeles National Guard storms city to support ICE as Marines receive standby orders. Saturday, June 7th, Blackwater CEO exposes corrupt politicians destroying America. Blackwater CEO exposes most corrupt politicians destroying America, Eric Prince video. Sunday, June 8th, D-Class Intel drop. Full list of indictments, executions, and deep state body doubles. What's happening behind the scenes is darker, deadlier, and way beyond Q's script. Sunday, June 8th, breaking Code Green. Trump deploys National Guard in Los Angeles. Military operation to liberate California underway. Newsom surrenders. Troops move in. Video. Sunday, June 8th. Gitmo's secrets exposed. Same rooms, same books. Different faces. Clones are being filmed at Guantanamo Bay. Yes, I've noticed that a long time ago. That when, for example, Michelle Obama and Barack would do like an interview, there would be this bookcase thing behind them, white bookcase filled with stuff, and they would just rearrange the stuff on the bookcase for different people. So yeah, that's definitely true. Sunday, June 8th, weather manipulation used by both white and black hats. Gene Decode situation update June 7th. Everyone needs to know. Saturday, June 7th, Los Angeles war zone. Far-left rioters attack ICE with hammers. Concrete blocks in brutal takedown. Geller report. Sunday, June 8th, breaking. FBI Director Kash Patel just left Joe Rogan in complete disbelief after exposing Hunter's laptop story and the 51, in quote, intelligence agents. That's so insane. It's so hard to believe because it's so corrupt and coordinated. The fact that 51 people would do that. Sunday, June 8th, Operation Zero Tax. IRS collapse signals the total breakdown of the federal tax machine. The era of controlled slavery is over. The IRS is collapsing. The chief information officer just resigned right before tax day. Trump is slicing enforcement, hacking off the deep state's golden calf. IRS meltdown. Code red for the tax empire. Rajiv Upal, IRS CIO, walked out days before the biggest tax deadline in America. Not a week early, not after the dust settled, right in the middle of the storm. No public excuse, no press parade, just a silent departure while the system burns. The acting IRS commissioner gone too, tied to a DHS data sharing scandal. So vile it shredded privacy laws and erased constitutional limits. Nisara on Telegram. Saturday, June 7th, boom, the final target. All roads lead to Obama, the CIA's Trojan horse, who hijacked America and controlled Biden like a puppet. Obama's empire of treason faces military justice. And Sunday, June 7th, exposed the biggest lie ever. Your birth certificate bond is worth billions, but you own nothing. Saturday, June 7th, boom, the greatest show on earth. Alert, alert, alert. More than 200,000 actors from central casting using CGI, AI, masks, and voice modulation were used in this movie. Sunday, June 8th, D-Class Intel drop. Full list of indictments, executions, and deep state body doubles. What's happening behind the scenes is darker, deadlier, and way beyond Q's script.
Riots in Los Angeles are continuing. Over this weekend, they escalated to a rather extreme degree. Around 56 individuals arrested. We've got videos of police vehicles smashed and destroyed. Waymo vehicles set ablaze. Donald Trump has seized command of the California National Guard and deployed them to the streets in order to quell the riots. There is now a conversation about whether or not Trump may invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy the Marines, but there's a lot more to it than just a riot. Now, of course, some people are saying posse comitatus. The military cannot be deployed for local law enforcement in these United States. This would not be local law enforcement, ladies and gentlemen. The United States has been invaded. We have images of men waving Mexican flags, men saying, "This ain't my flag," as they burn the American flag and march with Colombian and Mexican flags. What we are dealing with is insurgency under the guise of protest, state sanctioned. What's happening right now is Democrats cheat using illegal immigration. They bring in as many non-citizens as possible into places like California. They do not enforce the law against them, which violates federal law. They then have these individuals counted in the census to bolster their congressional seats, giving them a disproportionate amount of votes in Congress, as well as the Electoral College. That is the will of the American voter subverted by criminal invasion. And California, not the only state, they're in on it. The riots that we're seeing right now are sanctioned by the state. Make no mistake. And I'll break it down exactly how and why. Gavin Newsom will not enforce against these protests because these are a de facto arm of the state. Now, we predicted this to the T a year ago. I sat down with Sam Cedar. Hey, Sam. Remember what I said? Do you think that Donald Trump will use the military to enforce deportations? He agreed. Do you think Democrats will just let it happen? Did anyone think otherwise? What we are seeing now is California can't formally defy the federal government for a variety of reasons. I mean, they could try, but Trump would just command the National Guard over him, and that's exactly what we're seeing. The reason the riots aren't being shut down, the police are backing down, and the reason why Gavin Newsom is saying, get the National Guard out of my state, or more so, restore the command to the state so he can rescind them, is because the rioters serve as effectively corsairs. What does that mean? In the colonial wartime period, the British Crown, for instance, would say the French are really getting on my nerves. They're doing trade with our adversaries. We need to shut them down, but we don't want war. So what they would do is they would issue letters of marque and reprisal, letters of marque, and they would give these privateers, private battleships owned by fleets, individuals, captains, and they'd say, look, if you go in the high seas and start bombing the French, we're going to look the other way. We'll take care of you. Anything you steal is yours, but don't fly our flag. The Crown, various nations would do this. They would tell private battleship owners to fly whatever flag they wanted, just not theirs. That way, when they bombed the enemies of that nation, they would say, "What? We would never. Those are random people." And that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
I'm going to do this and then I'm going to go make strawberry scones. But when we talked about how this thing that was going on in Los Angeles was paid agitators, this is what I meant. I remember back when the Black Lives Matter riots were happening as well, they had very similar Craigslist ads looking for the toughest badasses in the city of Los Angeles, seeking extremely tough, brave men for a new crew on building. Compensation is $6,500 to $125,000 per week. Get paid every week, no matter what. Physical strength needed, mental toughness, ready for confrontation when necessary. However, we train you if necessary. Bravery, reliability, strength, team discipline. They'd like you to have military experience, but if you're a Marine, then they do not want you in their group because it's apparently a long story. Job title is listed as operator, and there's no experience required, and it's contracted work. And they were looking in the greater Los Angeles area. Obviously, they're not going to tell you exactly what it's for and wait for you to call and then explain it. This is what happened during the Black Lives Matter riots, is they would put out these Craigslist ads, and then all these people would call, and then they would recruit all these people to go be agitators at these events. They would turn what was initially a peaceful protest of just marching into a full-blown riot, and that's the very same thing that's happening here. Who can afford that kind of bankroll? Well, NoKings.org can. Apparently this whole thing has been planned for a really long time. They're trying to get more in different days on different states. Specifically, June 14th seems to be a pretty big hot button. They're looking at Phoenix, Atlanta, and a handful of other major cities. You can go to the map on the website and just take a look. Here's some of the organizations that they're working with, and there's a lot of them, but I'm going to go through a couple. There's Bend the Arc, which is Jewish Action. Bernie Sanders, which I don't know. Americans United, Blue Anchor, Cast, Demlist, Families Over Billionaires, Faithful America, Fair Share America, Face the Music, Federal Workers Against Doge, Fun Federal Unionist Network, The Feminist Majority, Bulletproof Pride, Catholics Vote Common Good, Care in Action, Center for Common Ground. I mean, there's tons of them. That's who's paying for it. This has been in the works for a really long time. That should be really nothing new to you. But here's what I will say, okay, with all the paid agitators and all the things going on, there are going to be very real people who believe this is a very real march for justice that are going to be boots on the ground down there thinking that they're doing something. So if you, your family, your friends are thinking about getting together and heading down there and sticking it to the man, don't. Because all of those paid agitators, they have protection, right? They'll get lawyers, they'll get bailed out of jail, but guess who won't? You won't. You will not. You will be left on your own. Here's to hoping you learned the first time with the BLM stuff. Don't do it. Don't ruin your life. Don't ruin your life over this. Don't ruin your job opportunities over this. Don't do it. This is all staged. It's all orchestrated. It's all political.
You know, I live in LA, so I decided to go downtown today and talk to people and find out what's really going on, what's their side of the story, to only get attacked and realize that they're all full of shit. Okay? Can't believe any of them. They're all full of shit.
Sunday, June 8th, military justice. Boom, trust Sessions was the trigger, not a betrayal, a strike. Nisara on Telegram. Jeff Sessions was never the enemy. He was the blade in the shadows, the recusal, the media attacks, Trump's public humiliation of him. It was a cover. While the world mocked, Sessions quietly greenlit the biggest covert takedown op in modern history. Huber, Durham, 470 plus investigators, 700,000 plus sealed indictments. A silent war began under our noses. While sheep watched CNN, patriots watched indictments stack. Trump's play? Let Sessions be the fall guy. Let the deep state think the DOJ was neutered. Meanwhile, Huber and Durham were embedding across all 50 states, feeding intel to military command, digging into the Clinton Foundation, the 2016 election, human trafficking, bioweapons, and treason. This was a military camouflage at the highest level. Sessions wasn't weak, he was lethal. Trust Sessions wasn't a hope, it was a signal, a test. Who saw the playbook? Enter the Earth Alliance. 17 global militaries over one command. Evidence from U.S. and allied operations now fueling a global tribunal wave. Royal families, CEOs, media moguls, NGO fronts, nothing's off limits. The takedown has gone planetary. Sealed indictments equals not rumors. They are warheads. The tribunals are real. The assets are marked. The lockdowns won't be chaos. They'll be precision arrests. You were never watching politics. You were watching war. Why did Trump act angry at Sessions? To hide the depth of the operation. To let Sessions move undetected. The recusal was a smokescreen. The conflict was kayfabe. Sounds familiar, doesn't it, with Elon? Just like in pro wrestling, it was fake. The mission wasn't. Now the storm intensifies. Public arrests, military broadcasts, media blackouts, Gitmo flights, tribunals, confessions, executions. The deep state is cornered, and it all began with a betrayal that wasn't. Jeff Sessions helped flip the entire game board. So when someone scoffs at sealed indictments, remind them you're holding the fuse. Trust Sessions, the spark that lit the fuse, the strike that ends the cabal, the move that will never be forgotten. Buckle up, the storm isn't coming, it's here. Sunday, June 8th, the final target. All roads lead to Obama, the CIA's Trojan horse who hijacked America and controlled Biden like a puppet. Julian Assange on Telegram. It's no longer speculation. It's happening. Trump has drawn the red line, and it points directly to Barack Hussein Obama. Biden was never the architect of collapse. He was the face, a broken, compliant shell. The true director of the downfall operated from the shadows, fully debriefed, fully protected, and fully complicit. Obama was not just a former president. He was a groomed asset of the CIA, embedded at the highest level to execute a long-term strategy of internal sabotage. The Biden administration was not real governance. It was remote-controlled demolition. The signs were always there. The auto pen signatures, the identical policy blueprints, the reappearance of Obama-era appointees like Rice and Kerry, the deliberate weakening of borders, institutions, and national morale. Every decision mirrored a third term because it was one. Obama never left. He simply moved underground, operating through loyalists, speaking through Biden, executing directives with media, shielding his every move. This was not organic decay. It was design. The public presidency was a mask for a deeper treason. Obama's rise was no accident. His record sealed, his history scrubbed, his mentors radical, his connections buried under layers of globalist propaganda. From Indonesia to Chicago, every step was orchestrated. Former intelligence officers now confirm what patriots long suspected. Obama's roots don't run through American soil, but through Langley. He was constructed for this role. A charismatic vessel of destruction meant to collapse America from within. He did not transform the nation. he infected it. Now, with Trump back in command, the counteroffensive has begun. Military intelligence, civilian whistleblowers, and declassified archives are aligning to expose the core of the operation. This is not about party politics. It's about national survival. Military tribunals are not fantasy. They are underway, quietly and precisely, and the names on the docket confirm everything. Obama, Clinton, Rice, Holder, Milley, Brennan. The empire built on deception is crumbling under the weight of truth. The American people were never the enemy, but they were the target. Psychological warfare, economic suppression, digital censorship, all coordinated from the command center of Obama's network. They underestimated the resolve of a nation rising. They thought Trump could be silenced. They were wrong. The storm is here, the tribunals are real, and the final target has been identified. All roads lead to Obama, and now they lead to justice. Sunday, June 8th, blackmailing America using kids. The largest intelligence operation in the world that spanned over decades to blackmail the entire world. Mel Gibson on Telegram. Jeffrey Epstein took over Robert Maxwell's spy records and Mossad position after he was murdered to continue a multi-decade operation from a religious generational plan to control world governments and to manipulate and mold society, with Les Wexner at top of the operation under Mossad military intelligence. Wexner was not only the head of Jeffrey Epstein and his source of funding, but they both also ran operations of their own with bizarre beliefs like seating the human race on top of the Mossad's primary objective of blackmailing world leaders to control the world and to mold society and its ideological means. Nothing is happening by mistake. It's been planned. There was rumored to be complete 10,000 square foot underground area where operations took place with 24-hour security as well as snipers guarding the entire property, while some of the most horrific and secret operations took place underground, just like at Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Epstein's Island was also rumored to have a complete underground area as well, which we know for a fact that submarines were also used to transport guests and trafficked individuals. Right before Epstein was arrested and raided, he ordered a $100,000 cement truck, paid for it up front with priority shipping, and even offered to pay for any and all damages if they could expedite the delivery. They were not only blackmailing politicians for world control, you must understand that they were going after everyone, scientists and teachers at universities. Their loyalty and overall mission for the state of Israel goes far beyond blackmailing a few politicians. There is ethnic cleansing and a complete religious takeover at its end goal. This isn't tomorrow's goal or plan. This is planned generations in advance. You can see it happening in real time without being obvious through wars and takeovers of governments, including the United States. Cleansing the world and molding society to their beliefs was the goal and still is. From Tavistock to the Esalen Institute to Hollywood and every university, brainwashing and influencing society and our children, everything you see transpiring is connected to the powers that be, the elites, the bloodlines, and wealthiest families in the world of people who honestly believe they are genetically superior to everyone else and have the right to rule over our society. The ones who say they are God's chosen people are not. They are imposters to false satanic gods.
It's Monday, it's the 9th of June. I'm entitled to a bus pass. I'm 65. Wow, exactly.
Jumping into my first story, President Trump has deployed 2,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles after violent clashes erupted over immigration enforcement. Protesters in Paramount confronted ICE officers amid rumours of deportation raids, prompting arrests. Trump called the situation lawlessness, blaming California leaders for the chaos. Local officials say they were caught off guard, while federal agents insist the response was necessary to protect law enforcement and to restore order. Now, I've dug into this, And wow, CNN have finally turned around and said that this is violent clashes, where they were saying these were calm protests since they started, even though cars are on fire, people are getting hurt, you name it. But then also, a bit of information I have found. Taxpayer funds have helped fuel the anti-ICE violence in LA through CHIRLA, CHIRLA, a group 75% funded by state and local money.
Yeah, this is all part of the exposure. Now, if we wind back the clock, and I don't want to say I told you so, but 5 years ago when I was explaining the game plan, then it was 5G, and the fourth one was riots. The fifth one is obviously still to come, which was the fake alien invasion. But we're now seeing the riots. We told you it was going to happen. Now it's happening. And there's been little mini riots which were set up originally as a little tester. We've seen them in many different places. We've seen it with the farmers. We've seen it in Canada. We've seen it in America. We've seen it in the UK. This is all part of a distraction. The whole idea of these distractions was to shut down the world's economy for a global financial reset. This was the whole plan. The thing is there was two resets in play. There was a good one and there was a bad one. The bad one was a central bank digital currency. The good one, which will always win, is the quantum financial system. And there will be lots of people, as in life, Satan, Lucifer, the devil, will always make the central bank digital currency look better. The grass is always greener the other side. If it wasn't, we wouldn't even consider it. So don't fall for the deception. Don't fall for the lies. The central bank digital currency is the same as what you've got now, but worse. It's controlled by the banks. It's controlled by the government. What we're moving into is a world that is controlled by you. But there's a caveat to that. There's a catch. You have to learn responsibility, because you are going to be responsible for your own money, for your own assets. And this is what this whole process is all about. It's making each and every one of us responsible. Enjoy what we're seeing right now in Ukraine and Russia and Europe and NATO, with the attacks that are happening on Russia from the UK, Europe and NATO. It lacks any form of common sense. I asked 4 or 5 intelligent people, why would England, just explain to me why England would side with Ukraine against Russia. What has Ukraine done for England, or why are we doing it? And they don't actually know why. They're going along with the narrative, and they can't actually give you a reason. And all they can say is, oh, well, Russia invaded Ukraine. I said, well, then I explained to people that if you invade a country, you'd invade the capital, not the Donbass, not Crimea. You would go for the capital, which they haven't done. So it's not an invasion of Ukraine. And the minute you say that, you look at them and they feel so stupid they don't want to talk anymore. But that's the reality. The people behind this are NATO. Now, NATO have been caught up the stream without a paddle, because NATO have just been told by Trump, we're no longer going to fund you. We're not going to pay for this. And of course, NATO has always had a big mouth because America was behind them, and none more so than Israel. Israel hiding in the shadows behind America, funding the war in Ukraine. when you do your homework and do your study, it all becomes very clear. Another rabbit hole that as you go down, the tea gets very, very silent.
Well, Charlie, I'm glad you brought up Ukraine. Russia says it's ready to hand over the remains of 1,212 Ukrainian soldiers, part of a larger humanitarian gesture involving over 6,000 fallen troops. The transfer was set for Saturday, but Ukraine didn't show, citing no agreed upon date. Moscow says it's still waiting for confirmation. From what I'm hearing, Zelensky himself cancelled this because they haven't got the money to pay the families of these fallen soldiers. So they want Russia to sit on these body parts frozen because they can't afford the bill that comes with them.
Because of the simple fact that he's stealing all of the money. And this is, to say he's got no money when you look at the amount that's been given to him. All right, this is another moment for USAID and Doge to have a look at, because they've been given billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. That a lot has bounced back to US politicians and European politicians and UK politicians. It's been a money laundering scheme. So the reality is there's no real money in the pot for what they claim it's for. Under normal circumstances, if it was you or me, there'd be a full-scale investigation. And one other point that a lot of people are overlooking, Russia, on the other hand, has a military force that is 10 times, 100 times greater than Ukraine will ever have, to such a level that Russia has an abundance of troops on the border of Israel, which is scaring the living daylights out of Israel right now. Now, when you can fight a war against Ukraine, which the media will tell you Ukraine's doing ever so well, losing 1 million men is not doing extremely well. That's doing terrible. And they've still got enough reserves in Russia to put a significant amount of men on the border of Israel to keep an eye on them. And that Israel doesn't know what on earth to do. They're pulling troops currently out of Gaza because they're in panic mode because the Russians are sat on their border. But this is all part of the pantomime, all part of the show. It's a very foolish thing to take on Russia. Let's wind back 3 or 4 years ago to China. China wasn't taking sides, but they said they would take sides against who was the aggressor first. We're now seeing who's the aggressor. First of all, Ukraine didn't ever stand a chance against Russia. The UK doesn't stand a chance against Russia. Europe doesn't stand a chance against Russia. They're so far ahead, it's unbelievable. But behind Russia now is China. Wake up. Wake up to the reality that you're a little shih tzu of a dog up against a giant. Now you may think, which you won't do because you're not Christian, you may think that David beat Goliath, but you're not David. You're a shih tzu with a big mouth.
Well, my next story, Iran claims it has obtained Israel's nuclear archives, saying it now possesses thousands of sensitive documents detailing Israel's nuclear facilities. The announcement has raised alarm internationally, though Israel has not yet officially responded. Now, Charlie, I think you said this, that countries only get invaded if they don't have nuclear weapons. Now, no one's invaded Israel, but everyone wants to invade Iran.
You have a very, very good point there, Paul. And of course, Israel has never ever commented about its nuclear weapons. And Iran's been very, very open about it. And they have offered on the table that we will get rid of all our nuclear weapons on one condition. Israel does the same. Now, to a normal person, that makes sense. Not to Israel. No, you have to get rid of yours, but we're going to keep ours just in case we hate you. These are not people to be trusted. These are not people to be trusted. And this is all part of the exposure. And you can make your own mind up as to who's right and who's wrong. But I'm certainly on the side that I'm not a fan of war. And that's not because I don't make money out of it. I believe far more, having travelled the entire planet, that there is far more good in this world than there is evil. The problem is, the evil people have controlled our governments. They represent less than 1% of the people. Most of the people around the world, and that includes in Israel, most of those people are actually good people. It's just that we've allowed the idiots to take control. They've come in quietly, surreptitiously, and they've controlled the world, and they've created war after war after war after war. And as much as Donald Trump thought he could shut down the war in one day in Ukraine, there's an energy, there's a power, there's a force behind the US, the corrupt swamp, the European Union, and the UK that desperately needs a war. The UK needs a war right now to cover up the recession, the black hole in the UK that is, there's nothing that they can do about. And the only way to hide it is to create a war. And these people don't care. If you knew how much you were in trouble financially in the UK right now, you would want that government out in no time at all. Their way to stay in office is to create a war, to distract you from looking at the mess that the UK is in. No different than the EU, exactly the same as the EU, exactly the same as NATO. NATO desperately needs a war, because then they'll make money. Without a war, NATO can't exist. Let that sink in.
Worldwide Black Swan event in progress. Trump's global military alliance executing the largest military operation in history. Trump and BRICS nations launched Nisara on Sunday, June 1st, 2025. Judy Noto, Black Swan event is in progress. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand could not sustain their debt any longer. Trump and BRICS nations launched Nisara on Sunday, June 1st, 2025. From their Cheyenne Mountain Command Center, Trump's global military alliance was executing the largest military operation in history, with arrests, seizing gold, dismantling globalist infrastructure, and obliterating the deep state. As of June 7th, 2025, the military phase shifted. The containment was over. The purge has begun. Task Force Phoenix was issuing direct orders, bypassing all corrupt systems. In the last 7 days, over 3,200 targets were neutralized, including BlackRock, Pfizer, IMF, mainstream media. Under the codename Operation Stonefire, Joint Special Operation Units operating across 17 synchronized time zones and penetrated the final strongholds of the financial warlords, human trafficking syndicates, and globalist defense bunkers. These were the fallback zones, underground vaults beneath Geneva, Tel Aviv, and the Colorado Rockies, now neutralized permanently. Over 3,200 top-level targets neutralized in 7 days. This includes BlackRock execs, Pfizer leadership, Vatican treasurers, IMF, CIA, child traffickers, and media moguls tied to MKUltra. The banks have fallen. Gold, diamonds, hard drives, and documents have been seized from BIS vaults in Switzerland. Over $300 trillion in stolen wealth is now being funneled into Nisara and humanity's final liberation. White hat operatives under the guise of humanitarian missions were dismantling black market economies linked to the Federal Reserve and Vatican Bank using encrypted Starlink communication systems. A raid on the Vatican's archives in May 2025 unearthed The Black Vault, a repository of documents exposing centuries of manipulation from financial tyranny to mass mind control through religion and the deliberate suppression of free energy technologies. The revelations are staggering. Among the findings are agreements between the Vatican, Rothschild banks, and global intelligence agencies designed to control humanity. Notably, the original Nisara legislation proposed during the Kennedy administration was buried following his assassination, a plot orchestrated by the cabal. With these documents now retrieved, Nisara's legitimacy as a mission to free humanity is irrefutable. In the civilian realm, coordinated arrests have begun in all Five Eyes nations. High-level corporate executives, media anchors, and NGO directors are being quietly extracted for tribunal processing. What looks like resignations and health complications in the news are cover scripts. In reality, these are takedowns. The crimes involve human experimentation, bioweapon coordination, and mass financial theft under humanitarian disguise. What was uncovered in those final red zones is beyond anything previously disclosed. Human cloning chambers used for political substitution, AR planet-based mind control frequency hubs, and direct evidence of extraterrestrial trade deals brokered in exchange for human genetic material. All of it logged, all of it documented, all of it now in the hands of Trump's military intelligence corps. Antarctica under siege, Queen Maud Land, or I've heard it as New Schwabenland, once a Nazi fortress, is being overrun by U.S. Space Force, Russian patriots and allies from India and Brazil, inside portals, hybrid labs, Atlantean tech, ritual chambers, and the deep state's last holdouts. Media silence equals proof of panic. CNN, BBC, Fox, and Reuters execs have vanished. Military ops have dismantled their command structures. Their crimes? Depopulation, mind control, ritual abuse. The EPS system was now on direct standby. Insider chatter confirms that final calibration tests were completed on June 5th. An emergency signal override has been installed in over 87 countries. You will not see this on television, but you will feel the shift. Frequencies were being rerouted. Airspace was being locked down. Major media satellites were now under Q command authority. The 10 Days of Darkness, the military's final play. Preparations for a global blackout, dubbed the 10 Days of Darkness, were now in final countdown. During this period, mass arrests will be executed and the emergency broadcast system will disseminate unfiltered truths. Special forces are being deployed to eliminate rogue elements while critical infrastructure is secured. By June 10th, the first wave of public disclosures was expected to begin, not through CNN or BBC, but through raw, unfiltered, QFS verified broadcasts across secure global nodes. Every piece of documentation, every tribunal session, every sealed indictment will be opened. What we think we know as of Sunday, June 8th, 2025. Saturday, June the 7th, Trump releases evidence deep state replaced Biden with actors before he took office. Saturday, June 7th, Edward Snowden just confirmed it. The nonprofits were never about aid. They were deep state weapons. Snowden's new classified dump exposes the truth Q already knew. Biden's NGO network was a military-grade infiltration tool, open borders, and full-scale cultural demolition. Saturday, June 7th, estimated total cost of taxpayers spent on illegals the last 4 years is $603 billion. Estimated cost to remove them over 4 years is $347 billion. American taxpayers are spending $950 billion on illegals. Democrats imported to rig our elections, and not one Democrat has gone to prison. Saturday, June 7th, the CIA works for military contractors, providing a steady pipeline of forever wars. The health agencies are controlled by the pharmaceutical industry. The Fed, held captive by big banks, floods the canyons of Wall Street with money. The agencies that are supposed to be stewards of American security, prosperity, and health are no longer working on behalf of you and me. They've become sock puppets for the industries they are supposed to regulate. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Saturday, June 7th, bank account records show Senator Lindsey Graham is laundering money from the Ukraine war back into his personal bank account. CIA officer says it's significant amounts of money being laundered back to Senator Lindsey Graham. Let me say something about Senator Graham. There will be news coming out in the next couple of months about how he has profited financially off of money that came out of Ukraine, laundered through Latvia, and made its way into his bank account. And now we're talking significant amounts of money. Department of Justice is looking at it. Those are serious allegations leveled by former CIA officer Larry Johnson. Tucker Carlson on Telegram. Global currency reset. Judy note. It was my understanding that redemption centers could give you a higher rate on exchange of your currencies than could a bank. The much higher dinar contract rate was only available at a redemption center. Zim can only be redeemed at a redemption center, not a bank. They will be sending out notifications on how to obtain an appointment at a redemption center, and such will be posted in my updates and on various dinar websites. As of Sunday, June 1st, some redemption centers became fully operational, secured by military oversight and processing gold-backed transactions through the quantum financial system. As of Friday, June the 6th, redemption centers across the world, hidden within ordinary buildings, became fully operational, staffed by agents verified through DNA-based biometric protocols. Saturday, June 7th, the cleanse begins. Operation Stonefire engaged. The cabal's final bastions under siege. Nisara QFS on Telegram. As of June 7th, the military phase has shifted. The containment is over. The purge has begun. Under the codename Operation Stonefire, Joint Special Operation Units operating across 17 synchronized time zones have now penetrated the final strongholds of the financial warlords, human trafficking syndicates, and globalist defense bunkers. These were the fallback zones, underground vaults beneath Geneva, Tel Aviv, and the Colorado Rockies, now neutralized permanently. What was uncovered in those final red zones is beyond anything previously disclosed. Human cloning chambers used for political substitution, planet-based mind control frequency hubs, and direct evidence of extraterrestrial trade deals brokered in exchange for human genetic material. All of it logged, all of it documented, all of it now in the hands of Trump's military intelligence corps. The EBS is now on direct standby. Insider chatter confirms that final calibration tests were completed on June 5th. An emergency signal override has been installed in over 87 countries. You will not see this on television, but you will feel the shift. Frequencies are being rerouted. Airspace is being locked down. Major media satellites are now under Q command and authority. In the civilian realm, coordinated arrests have begun in all Five Eyes nations. High-level corporate executives, media anchors, and NGO directors are being quietly extracted for tribunal processing. What looks like resignations and health complications in the news are cover scripts. In reality, these are takedowns. The crimes involve human experimentation, bioweapon coordination, and mass financial theft under humanitarian disguise. By June 10th, the first wave of public disclosures is expected to begin, not through CNN or BBC, but through raw, unfiltered, QFS-verified broadcasts across secure global nodes. Every piece of documentation, every tribunal session, every sealed indictment will be opened. Saturday, June 7th, red alert. Military operations expose secret underground bunkers, human cloning labs, and declassified Nisara documents. QFS 10 Days of Darkness mass arrest signal the rollout of Nisara's revolutionary plan. Nisara QFS on Telegram. The floodgates have opened. June 2025, the Great Unveiling. Friday, June 6th, will be remembered as the day the veil of secrecy was torn apart, exposing a labyrinth of deceit that has shaped humanity's existence for centuries. From the deep state's collapsing strongholds to the rise of Nisara and Jisara and the revelation of suppressed alien technologies, the truth is no longer a whisper, it's a roar. Nisara and Jisara, the global reset in motion. The execution of Nisara and Jassara has entered a decisive phase. Redemption centers across the world, hidden within ordinary buildings, are now fully operational, staffed by agents verified through DNA-based biometric protocols. Leaked documents, however, reveal that some nations, Canada and Australia among them, are being excluded from early Jassara benefits due to their government's continued allegiance to the cabal. Meanwhile, white hat operatives, under the guise of humanitarian missions, are dismantling black market economies linked to the Federal Reserve and Vatican Bank using encrypted Starlink communication systems. The Vatican's dark secrets unveiled. A raid on the Vatican's archives in May 2025 unearthed the Black Vault, a repository of documents exposing centuries of manipulation. From financial tyranny to mass mind control through religion and the deliberate suppression of free energy technologies, the revelations are staggering. Among the findings are agreements between the Vatican, Rothschild banks, and global intelligence agencies designed to control humanity. Notably, the original Nisara legislation proposed during the Kennedy administration was buried following his assassination. A plot orchestrated by the cabal. With these documents now retrieved, Nisara's legitimacy as a mission to free humanity is irrefutable. Alien technology in the shadow space race. So-called Space Force has been reclaiming alien technologies hoarded by corporations. The operation carried out by U.S., Russian, and Chinese forces under the BRICS alliance marks a pivotal moment in dismantling the cabal's technological monopoly. The QFS exposes the shadow grid. The quantum financial system has dismantled a clandestine banking network used by elites to fund illicit activities, including trafficking, bioweapons research. Dubbed the Shadow Grid, this system funneled trillions undetected. With over 300 arrests already made, high-profile figures are set to face public tribunals throughout July 2025, signaling the end of financial tyranny. Saturday, June the 7th, QFS is live. The redemption centers are active. Ben Fulford on Telegram. The banks are panicking. As of June 1st, redemption centers are fully operational, secured by military oversight and processing gold-backed transactions through the quantum financial system. This is no longer theory, it's happening. The old system has collapsed, and every desperate attempt by the cabal to cover it up is failing. Global military units led by Trump's alliance have raided hundreds of elite-controlled vaults in just weeks. Stolen gold, off-ledger notes, ritual finance files, it's all being seized and authenticated through light intelligence tech and redirected into the QFS. These vaults were not hidden in banks. They were buried beneath mountains, Vatican catacombs, and former NATO bases. The illusion of elite financial dominance has been shattered. If you've still got money in legacy banks, know this: over 12,000 branches have closed in the past 30 days. Not downsized, not restructured, just shut down, disconnected from the QFS grid. The only access to real sovereign wealth now flows through redemption centers, and you must be verified, scanned, and approved to receive U.S. Treasury notes backed by cabal gold. Behind the curtain, the cabal launched final attacks: EMP weapons, bioweapons, and digital sabotage. A classified operation called Last Breath outlined plans for chaos, media psyops, power outages, false flags, all to stop you from waking up. But they failed. Space Force intercepted an EMP strike over Kansas on May 29th. A synthetic virus batch was seized in Frankfurt on May 31st. QFS neutralized an NSA breach in under 4 seconds. Their tricks are exhausted. Their war is lost. Now comes justice. Social security systems have been rebuilt, decoupled from surveillance networks, and reconfigured for sovereignty. You are no longer a product. Biometric data has been secured. Behavioral monetization has ended. Under Trump's Patriot Wealth Directive, restitution and reparation payouts begin mid-June. Gold-backed compensation for every theft you endured, IRS fraud, banking abuse, and the digital control grid they planned, obliterated. RLUSD and XRP are the only authorized digital assets under QFS, engineered for instant sovereign exchange. RLUSD is backed by gold in captured NATO vaults. XRP is the liquidity bridge that makes fiat irrelevant. The system now belongs to the people, and every transaction is logged, secured, and protected by quantum encryption under military command. This isn't a rumor. This is the end of their world and the beginning of ours. Saturday, June 7th, QFL's payouts have begun. First gold link transactions confirmed worldwide. Nisara QFS on Telegram. It's real, it's alive, and it has started today, Saturday, June 7th, at precisely 8:44 UTC. The first verified U.S. Treasury note disbursements were confirmed through QFS biometric wallets in sectors across Florida, South Africa, Brazil, and the Philippines. Each transfer was linked to live asset backing. Gold bars recovered from cabal-controlled vaults and executed under triple encrypted quantum relay. The age of false banking is over. This is sovereign restitution in motion. Recipients in Tier 1 categories: whistleblowers, veterans, unlawfully taxed citizens, and those injured by globalist systems have begun receiving Phase 1 compensations. No intermediaries, no banks, no central permission, just direct secured value delivered through the only remaining lawful system, the QFS. Behind the scenes, redemption centers have entered phase green, signaling readiness for higher volume processing. Over 90,000 new verifications are underway globally, and over 11 million USTN credits have been locked for scheduled issuances in the next 72 hours. If you're verified, the clock is ticking. Meanwhile, emergency response nodes have been activated in Italy, Belgium, and Ontario. After QFS intel flagged deep state triggered energy disruptions aimed at blocking access to satellite uplinks, counter operations are succeeding. Quantum override protocols are holding fast. Their grip is dissolved by the hour. And here's what they are not telling you. Mainstream financial media has now received formal EBS blackout warnings. Every major network is on silent standby. Treasury-level insiders confirm that a full media purge of legacy economic lies is imminent. When the final node sinks, the flood begins. XRP rails are now handling transition liquidity, while RLUSD finalizes its global peg to the BRICS plus sovereign basket. This is no longer speculative. This is the future replacing the fraud in real time under military protection. The wait is over. Saturday, June 7th, global financial emergency. Global currency reset is here. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The world is on the brink of a catastrophic financial collapse. The global currency reset, Nisara, and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling, and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors. But here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. The system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared, but we see through their deception. Saturday, June 7th, breaking. White Hats launch final global sting. Trump's military alliance unleashes judgment on the deep state. Quantum financial system on Telegram. The largest coordinated military operation in world history is happening right now. This is not a drill. Trump's global alliance is executing arrests, seizing gold, dismantling globalist infrastructure, and obliterating the deep state from the inside out. Over 3,200 top-level targets neutralized in 7 days. This includes BlackRock execs, Pfizer leadership, Vatican treasurers, IMF, CIA child traffickers, and media moguls tied to MK Ultra. Cheyenne Mountain is fully active. Known as Trump's Vault is the new command center of the Global Military Alliance. Task Force Phoenix is issuing direct orders, bypassing all corrupt systems. The banks have fallen. Gold, diamonds, hard drives, and documents have been seized from BIS vaults in Switzerland. Over $300 trillion in stolen wealth is now being funneled into Nisara and humanity's final liberation. Saturday, June the 7th, we are at the edge of event finalization. The last calibration before global acknowledgement of Nisara law, the EBS, and irreversible system-wide disclosure. Nisara QFS on Telegram. Behind the scenes, all 34 targeted structures are now confirmed to be mapped by orbital DEW systems. Vatican server backups were extracted during last week's blackout drills. Rothschilds-owned clearinghouses in Belgium, Israel, and New York were seized in silent night raids under the cover of cyber disruptions. Chinese crypto fraud networks controlled by Khazarian intermediaries are being wiped permanently and replaced with ISO 20022 rails tethered to gold. The EBS, contrary to media silence, has already completed a successful trial across 10 strategic regions, each running pre-broadcast suppression diagnostics under Project Odin's oversight. This is how you flip the switch without collapsing the psyche of an unprepared world. Quantum systems check. Starlink Lattice is now in full quantum grid sync across 5 orbital tiers. Project Odin uplinks confirmed to override Mossad media satellite feeds. QFS data injection trials began silently across IMF outposts last week, and ISO token pathways were tested for 72 hours inside EU central clearing hubs. The event itself is biblical, not in metaphor, but in consequence. The fake World War III panic will act as the ignition event, the emotional catalyst to bring every sleeping citizen to full attention. Sirens will blare, TV signals will vanish, markets will plunge, people will scream, and then silence. In that void, everything shifts. Expect Tesla Energy Relay pulses activating across 9 test zones. Media asset purges, coordinated and irreversible. Vaulted execution footage from tribunals to air via secure EBS protocol, activation of rainbow-backed digital wallets in all aligned nations, strategic resignation or arrests of remaining public cabal figures. The illusion is collapsing. The real structure is already in place. Justice grids, quantum truth hubs. Everything we told you was coming is already functional. We're not waiting for permission. We're not hoping for approval. The storm is mathematical, spiritual, and surgical. You are in the final hour before the light pierces the veil. Let it come. Let it all fall. Because what rises next is not the old world reborn, it's humanity finally sovereign.
Iran orders thousands of tons of ballistic missile ingredients for China, up to 800 missiles. Iran has amassed even more near weapons grade uranium, UN watchdog says. And Supreme Leader slams U.S. nuclear proposal, says it will continue to enrich uranium. Iran counter U.S. nuclear offer as Trump sends new warning.
Wars and rumors of wars. Saturday, June 7th, illegal immigrant rioters in LA were being supported by Soros-funded organizations. The National Guard has been called out. Hundreds of pallets of bricks, of course, have been placed by ICE facilities for rioters to throw. Saturday, June 7th, arrest them all now. Biden's NGO empire has fallen. QFS on Telegram. The charade is over. The same NGOs once praised as humanitarian saviors have now been unmasked as covert tools of state-sponsored subversion. What the Biden regime called climate justice and equity reform was, in truth, an orchestrated assault on American sovereignty, run through hundreds of camouflaged organizations designed to bypass Congress and sabotage the nation from within. Under the guise of aid, these nonprofits laundered billions in taxpayer money. It wasn't charity, it was insurgency. From 2021 to early 2025, entities like Power Forward Communities, Rewiring America, and the National Low-Income Housing Coalition functioned as operational arms of a domestic takedown strategy. Routed through agencies like EPA and HUD and cloaked in progressive slogans, the money trail reveals $20 billion handed to shell groups linked to political campaigns and foreign donors. Housing programs were converted into secretive migrant transition hubs. Climate grants became pipelines for ideological programming. DHS leaks now confirm that these NGOs had $150 billion in long-term contracts for resettlement operations across U.S. cities, approved without congressional oversight. Now that Trump has returned, the counteroffensive has begun. Over 220 NGOs are under active federal investigation using the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and RICO statutes. Trump's Justice Department is executing a full spectrum takedown of these networks. Forensic teams are tracing every dollar back to Soros affiliates, Rothschild foundations, and CCP-linked climate partners. The Goliath Act, fast-tracked through Congress, will force all NGOs to disclose foreign funding, political ties, and any covert operations they've run under the veil of charity. This isn't reform, it's demolition. The panic from the Democrat side is now visible, screaming about racism, transphobia, fascism. They're trying to shield what's no longer defensible. Whistleblower files prove these NGOs taught minors how to avoid ICE and how to exploit the asylum system. They even mirrored school shooting PSAs to push trauma-based compliance programming. This was not just policy corruption. It was psychological warfare executed on American soil with American dollars. As of June the 6th, Trump has authorized the freezing of NGO assets tied to foreign collusion, election tampering, and border destabilization. Treasury teams and military intel units are already disabling the funding channels behind digital ID agendas. This is not cleanup, it's collapse. The weaponized nonprofit system built to replace the Republic is being dismantled piece by piece. The great NGO purge has begun, and it cannot be stopped. Saturday, June 7th, the Deep State's weaponization of the CIA and the FBI. Mel Gibson on Telegram. Presidents are believed to be the ultimate power and authority in government, but they serve their term and go. Then there are the people in government, intelligence, and other agencies who spend 25 to 30 plus years in government. These are the people who usually end up being corrupted or compromised and bought by the highest bidder and are not working for the people or have the best interests, if any, for the country, the senior executive service. They're working for themselves and an authority higher than themselves in dark places. The real power brokers of the world, the ones at the top of the pyramid, the bankers, the technocrats, the cult members, if they're not already a part of the cult themselves. These people are the ones who are ultimately in control. This, ladies and gentlemen, is known as the deep state. And don't forget, this is a side note, presidents are also selected. You know, we have these primaries for the different parties and stuff. Trust me, they don't get there unless the cabal put them there, unless the cabal decided that they are candidates. So, ex-CIA officer John Kirikou sits down with Tucker Carlson and breaks down his time in the agency and explains just how evil and corrupt the deep state really is. From ex-CIA Director John Brennan, otherwise known as Lotion Pumpkin. That's his pedo name, I think. That's just a side note. Allegedly. To Bush Jr., unaliving the most people and American citizens while in office with drone strikes. Wide. I mention Eden in my posts on Mary's channel and here, as that's where the rescued humans go after minds wiped and healing. Try to make this short and easy to understand. Eden, Earth 2.0, is a planet in the Cygnus constellation, made up of scientists. God created these beings who are 10D and higher to travel the universe and find planets that can sustain life, conducive to their chemical makeup. Then, nature and all kinds of animals are then created for that planet. These 10D scientists discovered Earth, and after the Earth cooled and could sustain life, they created the oceans, all nature, and the animals that you currently see now, many who haven't been discovered yet, including many aquatic marine life. Here I will skip the evolution process and get to the point. Adam and Eve were created by God in his likeness and placed in the Garden of Eden. Scientists, scholars, archaeologists, etc. have been looking for the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were placed between two rivers, Euphrates and Tigris in Samaria. This is correct. Now, through satellite technology and ground-penetrating LiDAR, they believe that they have found the Garden of Eden, but can't locate anything resembling a lush garden, and they won't, due to a mistake in the translation of the Bible. One incorrect word has prevented all those who have been searching for the Garden of Eden. Bible says in the Garden of Eden when it should have said on the Garden of Eden. Every human on the planet live in the Garden of Eden. Simple, look down at the ground. Therefore, all searching for the Garden of Eden are walking on it. Mystery solved. Hence, the scientists on Eden created the garden. This is factual, and please don't attack me due to your beliefs, as I know I may offend some of you. Eden, Earth 2.0, Earth is the garden of planet Eden. I hope this will suffice, and now you know what I mean when I say all humans rescued. We'll have minds wiped and healing, and then we'll live on other motherships or Eden, Earth 2.0. Peace and much love, respect and appreciation for all humanity. We will not abandon the children of the universe. The evil that lives in and on this planet is being eradicated, and when this war is over, myself and my light being families will stay and protect humans and assist in your beautiful ascension process. May God bless and protect you and your family at all times. Love, VT. P.S. The scientists of Eden gave humans a beautiful gift, which lives in the oceans. This gift is dolphins, who have been helping humanity since the beginning, assisting militaries around the planet, gathering intelligence, chasing sharks away from humans in the water, and towing them to safety, helping fishermen on the shore line with giant nets by driving schools of fish to the men, circling the fish so they can't escape, knowing that they will be caught in the nets, and know that they will be released to go and drive another school to the men. And this takes place on a daily basis. Dolphins are telepathic and are ETs. I hope this information is helpful, and please share far and wide. Peace and much love, respect, and appreciation for all patriots worldwide. May God bless and protect you and your families at all times. Love, VT. Stay in the love vibration, as this will help with your ascension process. All love all the time. Thank you so much, Commander Thor, and your light being families for all that you do for humanity. Saturday, June 7th. Elon Musk opposing the big beautiful bill shouldn't be a shock to anyone. He literally sat next to Donald Trump and explained we need to cut spending, not pass more spending. Elon Musk on Telegram. Elon Musk explains how to end inflation and drop interest payments forever, provided the economy grows faster than the money supply, which means you stop the government overspending and the waste, and the output of real useful goods and services exceeds the increase in money supply. You have no inflation, and you also drop interest payments that people pay. The reason the interest payments are so high is because the national debt keeps increasing. So the government is competing to sell debt with the private citizens. This drives up the interest rate. If you cut back on the deficit, you actually have an amazing situation for people because you get rid of inflation and you drop the interest rates. That means people's mortgage payments go down, the credit card payments go down, their car payments go down. And she says, I will not be sending another update until Sunday night for Monday. So we may or may not have something tomorrow. The greatest global shift in human history is underway. All militaries at a DEFCON 1 level for the reset. Russia puts nuclear forces on high alert. Prepare for a worldwide blackout. After World War II, the evolution from the Office of Strategic Services to the CIA marked a shift to the institutionalization of psychological warfare. Under the guise of national security, the CIA morphed into an enforcement arm for global elite who act outside the bounds of the Constitution and Congress. Today, we face invisible coercive technologies such as microwave-directed energy weapons and nanotech neural implants, capable of manipulating human behavior from a distance. Their atrocities committed during Nazi Germany did not end at Nuremberg. They were relocated and rebranded under the CIA's Operation Paperclip, bringing Nazi scientists like Joseph Mengele to the U.S. to continue their inhumane experiments. Under the guise of national security, these individuals perpetuated trauma-based programming, with figures like Sidney Gottlieb conducting non-consensual psychological torture. The deep state's involvement in human experimentation is not a relic of the past. It is an ongoing reality. U.S. military intelligence and the CIA have engaged in covert operations involving trauma-based mind control. The satanic ritual abuse networks were a multifaceted apparatus of psychological manipulation and domestic terror based on Satan worship. What we think we know as of Saturday, June the 7th. As of Saturday, June 7th, 2025, President Trump and 209 BRICS nations have launched the global currency reset. The fiat US dollar has been replaced with a gold-backed US Treasury note that will be out next week. Trump was erasing the Federal Reserve and IRS while launching the External Revenue Service. Americans will only be taxed on new items bought, no tax on food or medicine. Americans were free from income tax forever. Friday, June 6th, Lindsey Graham and Dick Blumenthal visit Zelensky. Then 24 hours later, Ukraine attacks Russia's nuclear triad. Coincidence? I hope not. If they knew, we're in deep trouble. If they didn't, they're fools. And Zelensky is playing the USA for fools. Wake up, America. Elon Musk on Telegram. Friday, June the 6th, defund the UN. The UN is implementing the Replacement Migration Program. The NGOs and UN agencies were paid by U.S. taxpayers to facilitate illegal movement of the migrants from South and Central America and Mexico. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, June 6th, the Democrat-controlled CBO just announced that the Trump tariffs will decrease the national deficit by at least $2.8 trillion. Monica Crowley on X. Friday, June 6th, Trump just moved to claw back $4 billion in federal funds from California's so-called high-speed rail project, a ghost operation that devoured taxpayer billions, delivered nothing, and became a monument to globalist corruption. This was not infrastructure, it was theft. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. Friday, June 6th, the reason nobody's asking me about standing with Trump is because I don't flip-flop around all over the place every time the political winds change. Everyone always knows where I stand. I've stood with Trump since the escalator ride, and I'm riding the Trump train till the end. Trust is built being consistent over time. We have a country to save. The Democrat Party has gone full-blown commie. They're the ones trying to destroy this country from within. We have war pigs in both parties that only care about endless wars. Trump is fighting on 1,000 different fronts to save this country. I am behind him 100%. Cat Turd on Telegram. Global currency reset. Judy note, it was my understanding that redemption centers could give you a higher rate on exchange of your currencies than could a bank. The much higher dinar contract rate was only available at a redemption center. Zim can only be redeemed at a redemption center, not a bank. They will be sending out notifications on how to obtain an appointment at a redemption center, and such will be posted in my updates and on various Dinar websites. Tuesday, June 3rd, Mark C. I have a number of bond contacts who are very excited that things will happen this week. They won't give specifics, but very excited. June 1st, Wolverine. I can't tell you specifics, but my contacts are very excited that things were happening this week. Thursday, June 5th, Bruce. According to Iraqi sources, the Iraqi dinar will be revalued over the weekend in a 4-day holiday ending Monday, June 9th, and expected to come out on Tuesday, June 10th. By Sunday night, 8th of June, our Federal Reserve USD accounts will be transferred to a U.S. Treasury note account. U.S. Treasury notes will be out by Tuesday, 10th of June. Tier 4B notifications should come out on Tuesday, June 10th, so we could start exchanging on Tuesday, June 10th or Wednesday, June 11th. Thursday, June 5th, major news. RVGCR is here. The gold reset is happening. Fiat illusion is collapsing. Thursday, June 5th, boom. Trump erases the IRS, launches External Revenue Service. Americans freed from income tax forever. Friday, June 6th, QFS and military alliance crush global sabotage. EBS launch will trigger final collapse of the deep state. QFS on Telegram. Trump's Operation Phoenix was not just successful, it was surgical. After weeks of non-stop sabotage attempts, the final strongholds of elite signal warfare have fallen. The emergency broadcast system is now fully under military alliance control, and the countdown has shifted into detonation mode. Deep state panic is global and irreversible. For 60 days, rogue actors tried everything to block the EBS. They weaponized CERN frequencies, launched jamming from black budget satellites, activated AI war protocols tied to deep underground signal bunkers. Stretching from Switzerland to Antarctica, they failed. Space Force generals executed Operation Iron Shield, launching direct strike quantum pulses that shut down 214 enemy satellites and crushed 17 key jamming stations. No escape, no override, no more illusions. Then came the breakthrough. On May 7th, 2025, inside a classified Greenland base, the quantum EBS node was tested. Succeeded. Penetration of 100% of global media grids. Every screen, every phone, every satellite hijacked by military encryption and mirrored through quantum financial system relays. No censorship, no interference. The first global transmission is now locked in. This was not just about emergency alerts. It was about activating the quantum grid of human liberation. The backbone of QFS now fused with EBS command. The QFS is no longer theoretical, it's operational. Its expansion, now called the Quantum Freedom Grid, is the final death blow to every deep state infrastructure, encrypted comms, instant global wealth transfers, military broadcasting, medbed-looking interfaces, quantum biometric shields, all on one unbreakable network. This is what they feared the most. And now, the arrests have begun. As of June 5th, over 6,700 sealed indictments have been executed. Coordinated night raids across Canada, Australia, Switzerland, Germany, and the UK have taken down 143 elite operatives. Multiple Vatican officials have been exposed in Malta, tied to Project Dominus survival cells. Panic comms from intercepted nodes say it all. They control the sky now. We have nowhere left to run. The EBS rollout will begin in the US, Canada, Australia, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Eastern Europe, and even parts of Africa and South America. The entire planet will witness what the media never showed. Tribunal footage, adrenochrome confessionals, the truth about CERN, Antarctica, medbed suppression, alien tech concealment, all of it. QFS will serve as the infrastructure for every verified truth drop. Every transaction, testimony, and proof will be time-stamped and mirrored across the military's digital vaults. The age of secrets is over. This is not just a U.S. broadcast. It is a planetary reckoning, and the signal cannot be stopped. Phones may go dark briefly, internet may be restricted, but the quantum grid will remain live. If you are reading this, you're already inside of it. Trust the plan. Trust the QFS. Trust the storm. The gates of the old world are closing. The quantum age begins now.
Common sense is illegal in Washington. It's illegal. For another thing, I've discovered that this is a town of very frustrated ex-class presidents. And I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment. Without the First Amendment, how are we supposed to know who the idiots are?
Wars and rumors of wars. Friday, June the 6th, 2025, breaking. Waves of Russian bombers have reportedly launched cruise missile attacks on Ukraine in what analysts believe is the start of Putin's promised retaliation to Ukraine's Operation Spiderweb attacks deep inside Russia in the past week. There are also reports of Russian ballistic missiles striking Ukrainian targets. Alex Jones on Telegram. Friday, June the 6th, World War III update. Zelensky begs for ceasefire as Putin plans to encircle Kyiv. Russia indicates end of negotiations with Ukraine government. Confirms Russia will retaliate against drone strikes. Meanwhile, U.S. deep state, snakes like Mike Pompeo, Lindsey Graham conduct shadow diplomacy and try to derail President Trump's peace plan. Alex Jones on Telegram. Thursday, June the 5th, top priority, classified military intel, global stability compromised. Ukrainian soldiers caught executing their own. Thursday, June the 5th, emergency phone call. Trump and Putin discuss escalation. Zelensky blocks peace. Iran on the clock. And Thursday, June 5th, high-level military warning. Code red, avoiding World War III. Intel alert. Statement from Lieutenant Michael T.
Like I said many times, these elected officials or these non-government organizations, they can't cross the line either. I mean, we got people like, Hakeem Jeffries saying he's going to dox ICE employees, ICE agents out there with masks on. They're wearing masks to protect themselves and their families because they've been doxxed, their families have been doxxed, their life's been threatened, their families have been threatened. I know myself, I had over 1,000 protesters at my house. I expect that as the borders are, but these men and women are putting their lives on line every day. They arrested a lot of bad people yesterday and today. They arrested public safety, not only significant public safety threats, but national security threats. They arrested gang members. We're making Los Angeles safer. And Mayor Bass ought to be thanking us for making her city safer. And the term migrant, as Joe Concha rightfully said earlier, they're illegal aliens. There are illegal aliens in this country, and we welcome. We're the most giving country in the world. But these are illegal aliens who committed a crime by crossing this border illegally, then yet committed another crime. Again, yesterday is about a criminal investigation into money laundering, tax evasion, and some of the funds going to cartels in Mexico and Colombia that fund their operations of sending narcotics to this country. And again, we're not going to apologize for doing it. We're stepping up. She says they're going to mobilize. Well, guess what? We're already ahead of the game. We're already mobilizing. We're going to bring National Guard in tonight. We're going to continue doing our job. We're going to push back on these people, and we're going to force a law.
Thursday, June 5th, just in. JFK, Trump, Elon, Space Force, weaponized weather, Bitcoin, Pepe, Covfefe, Q, and Jesus. Military operations, divine timing, digital warfare. It's all connected, and it's happening now. Friday, June the 6th, Snowden. WEF collapse was a white hat sting. Military tribunals coming. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden just dropped the hammer. The WEF was not infiltrated, it was hunted. The so-called elite global alliance has collapsed. Not by accident, but through a military-grade sting operation years in the making. Behind every smiling Davos speech was a blackmail file, a rigged election, and a stolen nation. Snowden confirms White Hat seized everything. Friday, June 6th, California's $4 billion rail scam. Trump strikes back and pulls the plug on the globalist gravy train. WH Grandpa on Telegram. The lie is over. Trump just moved to claw back $4 billion in federal funds from California's so-called high-speed rail project, a ghost operation that devoured taxpayer billions, delivered nothing, and became a monument to globalist corruption. This was not infrastructure, it was theft. Approved back in 2008 as a $33 billion project to connect LA and San Francisco, the promise was green mobility and high-speed innovation. But by 2025, the truth is in plain sight. 17 years later, $128 billion projected cost, and nothing but 119 miles of useless, unfinished track in the middle of nowhere. No trains, no terminals, no future. Just a concrete skeleton bleeding public money. With California now $7 billion short to finish even the failed Merced Bakersfield segment. Trump's administration has had enough. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, handpicked by Trump, delivered a devastating 350-page audit detailing the scandal, ballooning costs, rigged contracts, missing reports, zero accountability. Now California has until mid-July to explain where the money went, or lose it permanently. This is not just a local failure, it's the crown jewel of Gavin Newsom's globalist agenda, praised in Davos, worshipped by climate cultists, and used as a political trophy. But behind the speeches, a web of lobbyist unions, fake green NGOs, and bureaucrats running a funding scheme that never planned to finish. It was never about trains. It was always about payouts. Trump's America First doctrine changed the rules. No more blank checks for leftist fantasies. No more cover for liberal rackets disguised as climate action. While California lit $4 billion on fire, veterans went homeless, farmers lost land, and cities crumbled. But now the faucet is closed and the panic is spreading across Silicon Valley and Sacramento alike. They know what comes next. The media won't say it, but the audits are real. The deadline is set, and the collapse of this fake rail project marks a turning point in the war on federal waste. This is fiscal justice. This is accountability. Trump's message is clear. Lie to the American people and pay them back. California promised the future. What they delivered was a bridge to nowhere. And now, under Trump, the train has stopped for good. Friday, June 6th, the Mexico's raw sewage flowing into America is so much worse than we were told. Truth Social on Telegram. 10 million gallons per day is flowing into San Diego from Mexico. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond. There's approximately 5 to 10 million gallons a day that bypass the treatment plant and arrive into our country via the Tijuana River. It's so bad, Hotel Del Beach was closed for Memorial Day and is still closed because of the constant pollution in the waters. The Imperial beaches have been closed continuously for 3 years, and their residents and businesses are suffering. And this is all because of the constant flow of sewage from Tijuana. This is a threat to national security. This is because of Gavin Newsom. In 2020, Gavin Newsom signed Bill SB 507, which decommissioned pumps and lift stations and allowed sewage to flow into the United States from Mexico via the Tijuana River Valley. Friday, June 6th, Intel, Quantum Financial System, Global Currency Reset, and MedBeds. Trust the plan. Ron Watkins on Telegram. The Quantum Financial System, Global Currency Reset, and revolutionary MedBeds are no longer whispers. They're becoming reality. We're witnessing the collapse of the old systems and the rise of a new global order. Buckle up, because this will reshape the world as we know it. Quantum Internet and QFS, a game changer. Elon Musk has hinted at a quantum internet rollout by the end of the year, aligning with the activation of the quantum financial system. This system promises to secure and decentralize global transactions, wiping out the corruption of central banks and empowering the people. A mysterious black swan event is expected to trigger the shift. unleashing a domino effect of currency revaluations worldwide. The GCR will redistribute wealth. Global currency reset, a new dawn. Currencies across the world are preparing for a monumental revaluation. Iraq's golden dinar, backed by gold, has already been unveiled, signaling the start of the new financial era. This shift is not just about money, it's about taking power away from the elites and returning it to the people. The old systems controlled by the Rothschilds and central banks are crumbling under the weight of this revolution. White hats versus the deep state. Behind the scenes, a global alliance of white hats is dismantling the Rothschild dynasty and their underground operations. From earthquakes to floods, underground bunkers tied to deep state activities are being exposed and destroyed. The hidden war is leading us to a freer, transparent world. Medbeds. Trust the plan. A new era is here. The deep state is scrambling, but the tide has turned. The QFS, GCR, and medbeds are just the beginning. This isn't just change, it's liberation. The days ahead will test our resolve, but the truth is undeniable. A new world is emerging. Stay vigilant, trust the plan. The best is yet to come. Friday, June 6, Donald Trump has just activated the EBS. Mission completed. Laura Trump on Telegram. Operation Odin is now active. The EBS has been deployed through Starlink. A global broadcast is imminent. Prepare for full disclosure. What will happen next will shock the world. Just when we thought we had seen it all, the world is shaken once again by shocking news. And this is only the beginning. The channel will be temporarily closed during the classified briefing. The information set to go public on June 10th will lead to the arrest of prominent political figures from the Democratic Party. Friday, June 6th, the Federal Reserve believes they own you. It's time to tear down their financial dictatorship. QFS on Telegram. The most dangerous enemy of the American people doesn't sit in Congress. It doesn't wear a robe or run for office. It prints your money, manipulates your economy, rigs your interest rates, and now, thanks to Biden's silent betrayal, it pays zero taxes while you drown in inflation. The Federal Reserve is not a federal institution. It is a private banking cartel operating above the law, immune to audit, and shielded from accountability. As of October 2023, it became fully exempt from taxation, not a single cent owed, while it engineers financial collapse across the nation. This is economic warfare. While you work 2 jobs to afford groceries, the Federal Reserve prints dollars from thin air and redistributes wealth to the same banking families that have controlled empires for over a century. They dictate recessions, fuel inflation, then raise interest rates so you suffer more, all while hoarding profit untouched by IRS or oversight. It is not capitalism. It is central bank tyranny designed to keep the population enslaved in perpetual debt. And the deeper you look, the more sinister it gets. They have never been audited. Why? Because a real audit would expose how deeply the economy is rigged, where the money actually goes, who profits from every economic downturn, how unelected globalists use monetary policy as a weapon. The same elites who push for a cashless society, digital surveillance, and mass dependency on the state, they run the Fed. This is not the same distant conspiracy. It is the foundation of modern financial slavery, built right into the system that governs your paycheck, your mortgage, your credit card, your savings, and your future. Trump declared war on the globalist deep state. Now he must finish it by dismantling the most untouchable pillar of their power, audit the Fed, repeal their tax immunity, end artificial money printing, restore government control over the currency, and most importantly, expose every secret transaction, every insider bailout, and every policy that benefited Wall Street while destroying Main Street. No more hidden empires, no more banking royalty, no more unaccountable control over the lifeblood of a nation. Because if we do nothing, they will own us forever. They already control the money. They already dictate the economy. And with each passing day, they tighten their grip on the future. This is a final warning. Rise up, demand transparency. Tear down the banking cartel that believes your freedom is theirs to price. The time for silence is over. Audit the Fed. Expose the crime. Take your country back. Nuclear World War III pending. NATO-Ukraine attacked Russia on the eve of peace talks. Putin promised massive attack on Ukraine in retaliation. US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand insolvent. Trump released gold-backed global currency reset and closing Federal Reserve IRS. Judy, note the Ken and Barbie versus Goliath IRS case has made it to the Supreme Court. To get to this important point, Patriots Ken Cromar and his wife Barbara have at their own time and expense been fighting for the liberty of U.S. citizens for over 10 years. Ken Cromar presently sits in a federal prison, having been found guilty of living in his own fully owned home, and after proving in a federal tax court that he owed no monies to the IRS. Despite the ruling in Cromar's favor, the IRS made sure that the fact could not be heard by the jury in their successful court case, sold his home at auction, and threw away all of his possessions, including expensive camera equipment he used to make a living. He was arrested for over 2 years ago and has been sitting in prison since on a 7-year sentence. There is no law that states you have to pay income taxes to the IRS, a corporation that, along with the Federal Reserve, were privately owned by foreign Illuminati bankers who controlled the global financial system. When you fill out and sign your IRS tax papers, you state that you are voluntarily contributing your monies to what is essentially the Illuminati cabal globalists. Ken Cromar's writ of habeas corpus filed on December 17, 2024 by Raylan Brunson of the Brunson Brothers case, also at the Supreme Court, was placed on the docket May 21, 2025 and will be subject to a SCOTUS conference on Thursday, June 12th to decide if it's worthy of SCOTUS clarification. For more details, see #ZA of this update. You can also follow the case online at scotus.gov. Thursday, June 5th, Operation Zero Tax. The IRS is being silently dismantled from within. QFS on Telegram. The IRS is not being reformed, it's being dismantled. President Trump is not fixing the financial slavery machine, he's pulling the plug. Just days before tax day, the IRS's chief information officer suddenly resigns. Not a coincidence. This is a controlled demolition and the signs are no longer subtle. Add to that the quiet exit of the acting IRS commissioner, tied to an unlawful data sharing operation with the Department of Homeland Security, and what you're seeing is not a shuffle, it's a strategic collapse. The media pretends it's nothing. Bureaucrats keep pushing papers, but inside the system, the panic is real. The very agency that audited patriots hunting dissenters, and nobody's stopping it. Rajiv Upal did not just quit, he evacuated. No one walks away from the IRS's top tech position right before the biggest tax surge of the year, unless they see the floor cracking beneath their feet. His resignation is not burnout, it's survival. He saw what's coming and refused to go down with the ship. Trump's team has been quietly offering exit deals to IRS insiders, packages to leave before they're purged. The goal, clean house, remove loyalists, collapse the internal structure from within. This is not a budget cut. This is the beginning of the end for the deep state's favorite tool of control. And the commissioner? Gone. Not with honor. He was caught in a covert surveillance scheme. The IRS and DHS running unauthorized data pipelines on American citizens. No apology, no transparency, just silence until Trump's DOJ finishes what it started. This entire system was never about service. It was about submission. The IRS was designed to be the economic leash on the American people, a leash for the global elite to tighten at will, but that leash is being cut quietly, relentlessly. Under Trump, restructuring the enforcement division is losing half of its staff, not transferred, not replaced, eliminated. The old machine that punished the working class while protecting the powerful is being dismantled, bolt by bolt. And this is where it gets real. Trump is not just tearing down the IRS, he's clearing the path for a new financial system, one that does not rely on fear, audits, or manipulation, a system that cannot be used as a weapon. transparent, just, fair. This is not reform, it's liberation. Let the media ignore it. Let the establishment laugh. Because when the IRS goes silent, that's when the real storm begins. They thought they were safe. They thought the machine would last forever. But history had other plans. Trump is not playing by their rules. He's rewriting them. What we think we know as of Friday, June 6th. Thursday, June 5th, President Trump, I will obliterate the deep state, drain the swamp, and starve the warmongers. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Thursday, June 5th, Zelensky celebrates massive NATO strikes on Russian air bases and trains. More than 40 Russian long-range nuclear bombers destroyed as NATO makes good on promise to launch unlimited attacks on Russia. The West is now officially at war with Russia, and World War III is here. Alex Jones on Telegram. Putin promises massive attack on Ukraine. Colonel Manis, Putin's attack will be massive, and Ukraine better get ready. Redacted. Thursday, June 5th, Democrats were told to be mad at Elon Musk because he exposed our government spending $9 million on trying to make transgender mice. Low IQ and brainwash just aren't powerful enough words. Thursday, June 5th, Fox News. ICE field offices across the country ramping up arrests and removals to meet the Trump administration's goal of 3,000 illegal aliens arrests per day. Possible timing. EBS alert, global currency reset. At 11 a.m. Monday, June 2nd, all aspects of Nisara were implemented and the big banks were put online with QFS as of 6 p.m. Monday night, June 2nd. At 3:03 on Tuesday, June 3rd, Operation Odin was fully activated. EBS deployed through Starlink, banks closed, currencies canceled, sovereignty restored, codes active, accounts open. Their system will freeze, yours will open. Trump Family Channel, the 17th letter, Julian Assange, Ben Fulford, W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. On Thursday, June 6th, the first QFS card test batches began moving under military escort in key zones. Public distribution expands from June 7th to the 10th. By July 4th, the general public. EBS alert window open from now to Saturday, June 7th. Once triggered, the deep state's comms will go dark. Military tribunals and elite confessions will flood every screen. Tier 4B notifications were expected to go out on Tuesday, June 10th. Internal banking advisories indicated public redemption will begin regionally based on QFS load balancing and readiness reports. Also on Tuesday, June 10th, 2025, information was set to go public and would lead to the arrest of prominent political figures of the Democratic Party. Thursday, June 12th, SCOTUS to decide if Ken and Barbie versus Goliath IRS case is worthy of clarification. Is there a law requiring citizens to pay income tax to the IRS? On Friday, June 13th, all Tier 4B appointment notifications were to be completed. Wednesday, June 11th, Iraq set to make public announcement of the dinar revaluation, the end of a 5-day holiday with international rates set at $4.81 Iraqi dinar to $1 U.S. note. Saturday, 14th of June, U.S. Army's 250th anniversary parade at the National Mall, serving not just as a celebration, but as confirmation that America was back under constitutional rule. Sunday, June 15th, 2025, EBS goes live. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe app status, and access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. FBI Director Kash Patel. Around Sunday, June 15th and Monday the 16th, expect minor banking downtimes, signaling the final switchover to full QFS integration. On Monday, June 16th, 2025, Project Odin active, worldwide blackout, martial law, arrests, global currency reset, call to fast and pray, freedom from debt. On Friday, June 20th, worldwide emergency alert, U.S. military stationed in 360 cities, anticipating a Supreme Court announcement on the Brunson voter fraud case. which would dissolve Congress and the Biden administration. There's a link at Supreme Court of the United States. As of Monday, June 23rd, redemption centers will begin processing live appointments for the general public under full Nisara protocol. According to sources inside 2 U.S. Treasury branches, the schedule is already being populated with approved Tier 4B participants. This is the moment we've all prepared for. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Between Sunday, June 29th and Friday, July 4th, expect an EBS bank blackout period while systems adjusted to the new currency rates and global financial system. Friday, July 4th, public rollout of global currency reset. And Wednesday, July 9th was the back wall for the global currency reset to occur optically. John Dowling, Iraq. Wednesday, June 4th, the big day is almost here. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, we should see the final activation steps. Official notifications may arrive at any time, signaling the start of the new financial era. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Global activation? The reset will go live very soon. Central banks and financial leaders worldwide will jointly confirm the switch, effectively launching the new quantum-secured monetary system. Wallet rollout. We will be guided on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and see my new digital assets. The process will likely involve encrypted app updates or official messages, but it will be straightforward thanks to all the prep work. Financial reset. Expected to see new currency rates posted in your wallet. Old debts may be adjusted or canceled. All these changes will be enforced by the blockchain for full transparency. Every transaction and update will be viewable on the ledger. Smooth transition. All prior demonstrations have been successful. In fact, a recent pilot showed a completely offline, quantum-safe digital currency transfer working flawlessly. With our security protocols and support teams ready, we anticipate a seamless shift with minimal delays or glitches. I am fully confident in the plan. Everything is in place for a smooth transition to the QFS. Keep your notifications on. We are just hours away from a revolutionary change in global finance. And Thursday, June 5th, Trump erases IRS, launches External Revenue Service. Americans freed from income tax forever. And Thursday, June 5th, the gold reset is happening. The fiat illusion is collapsing. Are you ready? Thursday, June 5th, global onboarding wave incoming. QFS cards mark the turning point. Ben Fulford on Telegram. Thursday, June 6th, the silence is now louder than any broadcast. I've just received confirmation that the first QFS card test batches are no longer pending. They are moving physically, quietly, under military escort in key zones. What began as isolated Tier 3 tests has escalated into full regional onboarding. First reports from Utah, Bavaria, and Perth describe the arrival of quantum packets linked to physical identity vaults. The common thread? Every recipient was pre-vetted months ago, without their knowledge. Each QFS card is more than a payment method. It's a key, a sovereign signature, a declaration that the old banking matrix has collapsed. And you're no longer part of it. Encrypted biometric access will unlock sovereign digital balances, generational trust synchronization, instant onboarding to new quantum ID layer. If your portal pings you, do not ignore it. If your card arrives, guard it. This isn't just a financial reset. It's your unshackling from centuries of controlled economics. Public distribution expands June 7th through 10th. After that, the silence deepens, and by July 4th, we'll enter the irreversible threshold. News, Thursday, June 5th, high-level military warning. Code red, avoiding World War III, intel alert. Statement from Lieutenant Michael T. Flynn. Putin promises massive attack on Ukraine. Colonel Manis, Putin's attack will be massive and Ukraine better get ready. That's from Redacted. Thursday, June 5th, Zelensky celebrates massive NATO strikes on Russian air bases and trains. More than 40 Russian long-range nuclear bombers destroyed as NATO makes good on promise to launch unlimited attacks on Russia. The West is now officially at war with Russia, and World War III is here. Alex Jones on Telegram. Thursday, June 5th, top priority. Classified military intel, global stability compromised. Ukrainian soldiers caught executing their own. AMG News. And Thursday, June 5th, emergency phone call. Trump and Putin discuss escalation. Zelensky blocks peace. Iran on the clock. AMG News.
This is not the Soviet Union. This is not a war of conquest led by Stalin. This is a defensive war waged by the Russians in eastern Ukraine against a neo-Nazi regime that we helped to set up in 2014. The Russians finally have had enough. They're not going to put up with any more oppression of Russians or the destruction of Russian life and property.
How do you find the neo-Nazi regime then? Because, of course, Zelensky is a Jew. Are there many, because we know the Azov regiment, of course, that's a relatively small pocket. So how could you elaborate? How does it, how is it so then that it's a Nazi regime, in your words?
Hey, listen, I think you've just raised an important point. He is Jewish. Much of his inner circle is Jewish. His predecessors in power were Jewish. Poroshenko was Jewish. You can go through, Yeltsin was a Jew, by the way. They changed their names. So that's a very interesting question. I think that he was selected by many of the same people that have selected leaders in Western Europe in order to lead this campaign against Russia. Remember, he was, a comedian, an actor of some sort, picked by another Jewish oligarch to go lead the charge. But I think they always understood that because of the World War II experience, whatever you could do to summon up the picture of the Soviet juggernaut coming for them was seen as positive. And secondly, what nobody seems to understand about the Second World War is that if you lived in Eastern Europe, you had one of two choices. You could fight with the Soviets and communism, or you could join the Wehrmacht. Okay, millions joined the Wehrmacht, not just in Ukraine, but all across Eastern Europe and for that matter in Central Europe. Don't get me started talking about the Dutch or the Norwegians or the Danes. For every one person that was supposedly in the so-called resistance, 3 were volunteers in the Wehrmacht or the Waffen-SS. We don't understand the Second World War. We don't understand how that was fought and why people did what they did. But I think the people like Zelensky and his backers understood that these symbols were very useful from the standpoint of mobilizing Ukrainians to fight against what they thought was another Soviet-like enemy. Now, these symbols are depraved and should have been cast aside early on. That hasn't been the case. They're still operating. I always felt strongly that anybody in Western Europe should have said, and in the United States for that matter, before we send you 10 cents in aid, get rid of all these symbols. But we haven't done that. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. And that's the problem that Lavrov and Putin have. That cannot exist on Russia's borders. Any organization, any government that tolerates that or identifies with it or pushes it for mobilization is unacceptable.
Thursday, June 5th, we have a link at Before It's News. Breaking, AutoPen investigation has White House terrified. Key witness just fled the party. Thursday, June 5th, evidence shows the Democrats were traveling with terrorists. Biden administration caught in TSA scandal. Thursday, June 5th, ex-Secret Service sounds the alarm. Trump and Americans are in danger. Biden ordered intel on Trump attempted assassination destroyed. And Thursday, June 5th, Amy Coney Barrett, Justice and Trump. Thursday, June 5th, we have a link. Breaking SCOTUS 9-0. Reverse discrimination is discrimination. Thursday, June 5th, people think the deep state is just some obscure, cool terminology that alludes to some covert backroom conglomerate. EBS activated with Trump on Telegram. On the surface, you would be correct, but when we're talking about the deep state on the channel, we are talking about an entire economy, another governing body, a complete civilization, a whole ecosystem, and entire functioning cities. Everything from hotels, restaurants, malls, companies, businesses, schools, farms, etc. We just seen a former Bush employee come out and say that they built a $21 trillion infrastructure, but they glossed over the reason, which they said had to do with the apocalypse that was going to be completely manufactured, by the way. Because we already know, just based off the Georgia Guidestones through a myriad of ways, and that our politicians were promised a way out once this plan was implemented, which is why they were all so bold and brave in their lies, thievery, and criminal behavior. Which brings us to the infamous phrase, "They never thought she'd lose." This is why all of them went into mass panic once Trump won, because they realized their plans for world dominion is not as ironclad as they were told by their overlords. Hence Maxine Waters, who constantly called for violence against Trump supporters. This is one thing that keeps me going, knowing they know the end will not include them escaping into their trillion-dollar secret dungeons, and they are most likely have been destroyed by now. Thursday, June 5th, Q is a United States military intelligence operation working hand in hand with the President of the United States. Some could easily argue that Donald J. Trump was hand-chosen years ago by the United States military to aid them in this critical and historic operation. Q on Telegram. Q is not a single person, but a team of high-ranking persons with Q-level security clearance, executing operations that have been planned for many years. Some of the objectives are a massive information dissemination program meant to, 1, expose massive global corruption and conspiracy to the people, cause the people to research further to aid further in their great awakening, root out corruption, fraud, and human rights violations worldwide, return the Republic of the United States to the constitutional rule of law, and also return the people worldwide to their own rule. In short, the Q operation is the greatest criminal sting and anti-treason sedition event in world history. It certainly does appear that we as a country are lawfully living out the Declaration of Independence once again. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. The Declaration of Independence, due to the classified nature of much of the information evidence Q team holds, they cannot just come right out with it. However, they can drop breadcrumbs that the people, often the 8chan Anons, can dig into and help us all discover the truth. Further, it must be understood that the enemies in this war are monitoring Q as well. Therefore, some of the information Q drops is strategically misinformation, disinformation. Think military game theory and the art of war by Sun Tzu. Sure, none of us want to filter through and try to discern truth from falsehood. However, these warfare tactics really cause we the people no harm when they must be used. However, they are devastating to the enemy and a necessary part of warfare, military planning at its finest. New to Q? Check out the excellent videos by Storm is Upon Us, as well as many others on the Research Resources page. First Amendment protections and 18 U.S. Code 241. This site and all content within it is protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Per Article 6, Clause 2, said Constitution is the supreme law of the land and no other law may supersede it. Furthermore, any attempts or conspiracies to interfere with, limit, or restrict, censor, or deny these constitutionally protected rights, nor any other rights granted by law to the site operator creator as a United States citizen shall be subject to federal prosecution according to 18 U.S. Code 241 and or any other applicable law, not to mention the pursuit of any and all available civil remedies.
Thanks, Rick. Next question. What do you mean exactly when you say this is the end of the end?
This is the final phase of the operation. For those of you who think the Q movement is a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy, switch off now if you're still here. I doubt you are. It's real. I've explained it's real. It's been going for 60 years. It's been going well before that, in fact, this pushback, but in its latest phase. And this last counter-offensive started the year before Trump was elected. He was elected and he moved it forward. And the top level of filth that's been running the planet's been taken out. The middle order are now panicking and running. By middle order, I mean presidents and prime ministers. They're just middle order schmucks. Heads of departments in public service, for example, they are now panicking and running. They're all ratting on each other because there's been the knock at the door, and when they open the door, there's a man with a gun pointing at their face, an MP4, right here. And the reason they aim there is because it goes straight through to the back of the brain you're dead before you hit the ground, and they get made an offer. And the offer is cooperate, and most of them do. So they're running and they're squealing on each other. The Masonic filth is now collapsing. All that's left, quote, are the useful idiots at the bottom. And the best they can come up with is late night calls, 3 a.m, heavy breathing, 70s style. So they're actually showing their age as well. But that's the best they can come up with. False allegations about candidates tearing down core flutes. They're the last ones to go. And middle of next year, people say, what's happening next? Well, we got a month of discomfort until the end of the year. Discomfort in the sense of, discomfort. In the first quarter, things will start to pick up. A lot of revelations will be made. Truth will start to come out. And by the middle of the year, there'll be the military tribunals are going to kick off. They've already been done. Many have already been done and been effected. People have been charged, found guilty, and executed. People in Australia, overseas, people in Australia have been arrested, and they're on a holiday spa somewhere. Middle of the year, you'll start to see it, and you'll understand exactly why I don't care about my language and what effect it has upon the pinheads in this country, because the pinheads are going to get a waking like wouldn't believe. But it's the end of the end because this is it. This is it. Make sure you got your food and water and your gas bottles fired up. Be ready for a few weeks of not much to do, and then watch the truth be revealed, and you'll understand exactly why we are as exercised as we are about all of these issues, and why when you look in the mirror, you're going to say, what an idiot. I cannot believe I was so stupid, because the evidence will be so overwhelming, and it's coming in the next 6 months. The evidence will be so overwhelming. You will hang your head in shame.
Thursday, June 5th, Operation Justice Storm. Trump's FBI launches full-scale assault to unmask Biden's darkest cover-ups. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. The purge has begun. Under President Trump's direct command, the newly restructured FBI, now led by Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, has reopened 3 buried scandals that once defined the Biden regime's decay. The Dobbs Supreme Court leak, the unsolved January 6th pipe bomb operation, and the infamous cocaine scandal inside the White House. This is no longer about investigations. This is about reckoning. The Dobbs leak was never just a breach. It was an act of warfare against the highest court in the land, a premeditated attempt to destabilize the nation and intimidate Trump's judicial appointees. Under Biden, it was buried. Under Trump, it's now a national security case. Patel has reopened the files, subpoenaed hidden records, and tracked digital trails that point to operatives inside the court itself. This was not a leak, it was an attack. Bongino confirmed, and the names are coming out. Next, the forgotten bombs. January 5th, 2021. While the stage was being set for the narrative of insurrection, someone planted pipe bombs near both RNC and DNC offices. Surveillance caught the suspects. GPS data existed, yet no one was caught. Why? Because they were never meant to be. The case was a false flag shelved to preserve a bigger lie. Now, with Trump back in control, the task force has been tripled, suppressed files unlocked, and Capitol communications traced. Witnesses are speaking. The silence is cracking. And then there's the cocaine, July 2023. A powder substance was found inside one of the most secure facilities on Earth, the West Wing of the White House, the substance cocaine. The result, no suspects, no arrests, no answers. The Biden regime called it unsolvable and shut it down. Trump's FBI is tearing that excuse to pieces. Patel has brought in forensic techs, facial recognition experts and subpoenaed visitor logs with a clear mission. Follow the trail directly to the source. Hunter Biden is no longer protected. Surveillance is no longer sealed, and the narrative is no longer in the regime's hands. All three cases were once deemed unsolvable. Now they are open battlefronts in a war for the truth. This is Operation Justice Storm, and it's not stopping with files. It ends with consequences. The era of cover-ups is over. What comes next is exposure, and for the first time in years, the truth has teeth.
The FBI have a responsibility. I'm not just going to bring a case because somebody hurt me. They did, and they continue to do it. Shit, my house just got swatted yesterday.
What?
Yeah, but...
You got swatted?
Oh, yeah.
The head of the FBI gets swatted?
Yeah. Yeah. These people play... It's the ultimate height of hypocrisy. They have two sets of rules. One against you...
Hang on. This was a big one. Major blast! Here is your Friday, June 6th Human Resonance Morning Update as of 7:28 a.m. Eastern. Energy overview. We just got hit with a major energetic burst. A massive whiteout began shortly after. 2 a.m. and ramped up even harder. By 4:30 a.m., flooding the charts with vertical streaks of white, red, and green from ground level through the mid-range harmonics. This isn't just intense, it's volcanic. Amplitude A1 peaked over 55. A2 shot to 30 plus. And even A3 crossed 16 before settling. That's one of the most volatile overnight eruptions we've seen this month. What you might be feeling. Buzzing nerves, chest tightness, or odd muscle twitching, like your whole body is wired but tired. Surges of emotion, crying spells, frustration, or an overwhelming need to unplug. Sleep disruptions. If you woke between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., you're not alone. Sudden intuitive downloads or hyper-real dreams that felt like visits. Frequencies. F1 is holding high at 7.86 plus, and the 20 Hz baseline on F3 is pushing the edge again, indicating a stressed and potentially overcompensating field. The geomagnetic and ELF charts confirm something deep and wide just rippled through the Earth's layers. Radio signals have also been spiking. This isn't background noise. It's a full energetic event, magnetic field and VLF. The magnetic field charts show multi-band activation, especially in the 2.5 Hz range, which often correlates with emotional and parasympathetic system stimulation. The E-field and geophone graphs look jagged, like a waveform screaming under pressure. The vibratory tone of Earth has shifted, possibly indicating not just a solar response, but a deeper Earth pulse from the planetary core. How to align with it? Stay hydrated. The body uses more water when electrical load increases. Ground through skin-to-earth contact mats or bioresonant frequencies. Breathe slowly and intentionally in through the nose, out through the mouth. Reframe the chaos. This kind of surge can push people into fear or evolution. Choose consciously. Final insight. There's a purge and pivot vibe in the field this morning. If you feel like crying, resting, breaking free, or reevaluating your entire path, that's not dysfunction. That's alignment trying to reestablish itself. This morning feels like the breakdown before a breakthrough. Ride it. Don't resist it.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. President John F. Kennedy. Judy note. The U.S. military has entered DEFCON 3, signaling heightened nuclear and global readiness amid multiple international flashpoints. From Ukraine's drone war to China's naval aggression, the threat matrix is active and the silence is strategic. Wednesday, June 4th. DEFCON 3, the red line, has been breached. America on global alert. Meanwhile, the mass media remains silent, especially after Trump made his big announcement on Sunday. There is no Joe Biden. He was executed at Gitmo on Friday, January 17, 2021. Biden's image has been replaced by actors, soulless clones, AI puppets, and robots. President Donald J. Trump on Truth Social, Sunday, June 1st, 2025. He went on to say that those actors and clones were controlled by the globalist death cult that hijacked our republic. That same Satan-worshipping cult controlled DARPA and the CIA to access an unlimited black budget, plus used classified tech to make it all look normal. Auto-pen signatures, deep-fake speeches, CGI body doubles. It was all a lie. The bottom line was that Joe Biden was no more, which meant that during so-called Biden inauguration ceremonies, That took place on Wednesday, January 20th, 2021. 3 days after he was executed, the military turned their backs on Biden's actor in Arlington Cemetery, which was in reality part of Biden's funeral. That meant that the Biden presidency was a fake, which meant everything Biden supposedly did during the last 4 long years, executive orders, pardons, war orders, congressional bill signings, were not legal, let alone binding, which meant unelected individuals and or foreign powers thought they were running the country and evidently believed they were doing it to bring it down. The truth: Biden was executed for treason, human trafficking, and crimes against the Republic. In his place, the deep state unleashed their twisted arsenal, clones, doubles, AI-driven facades to keep signing war orders and running psyops, while the real traitors hide behind a curtain. The Biden regime was not real. It was a criminal cloning operation, a digital dictatorship held together by lies, which also meant that for those years, at least, we as Americans have been enduring a fake reality that was ever so slowly destroying our country. Foreign-born Barack Obama actually ran the failed coup. Backed by Soros and the Chinese Communist Party, Barack ruled the fake Biden regime with a forged mandate to collapse the U.S. Constitution, but every one of his acts was legally invalid. Donald Trump set it all up when he did not leave office. Back in 2020, before the fraudulent election, Trump delegated his command of the country to military oversight under wartime continuity operations. Since then, every tribunal, every classified arrest, every Gitmo expansion traced back to executive orders signed under the Trump administration. The most overlooked, Executive Order 13959, which authorized the targeting of individuals and corporations involved in Chinese military-civil fusion, where the language allowed for designation of domestic collaborators, including political officials, media executives, and banking elites. This framework became the legal backbone for military arrests, both foreign and domestic. Multi-thousands of arrests made since were possible by the fake Biden presidency so criminals could get caught breaking the law. Biden, Obama, and 464 officials were arrested under martial law on February 1st, 2021. Capitol Hill was locked under barbed wire that pointed inward, keeping prisoners in the Capitol Hill area. Now the deep state was cornered, their narrative collapsing, their grip on reality disintegrating. What we think we know as of Thursday, June the 5th, 2025. It has begun. As of June 4th, the quantum financial system is a battlefield. Over the past 72 hours, 57 banks have been forcibly shut down under direct military command. Their networks collapsed, their executives detained, their assets seized and rerouted, not by lawsuits or reforms, but by QFS override protocols running in live operation. Wednesday, June 4th, Biden deliberate border crisis. 10 million illegals going to be dealing with it for 10 years. Breaking. What ICE found in Massachusetts basement is too disturbing for TV. Parents need to know before it's news. Wednesday, June 4th, Fox News. Democrats bought and paid for domestic terrorist attacks. USAID paperwork found in the Boulder, Colorado illegal migrant attacker, Mohammed Solomon's vehicle, along with 14 unlit Molotov cocktails and a flamethrower. So there's some of the USAID money. You can see it was going to fund terrorism against the American people. Worldwide EBS, 72-hour blackout, GCR rollout. Wednesday, June 4th, FBI Director Kash Patel. By June 15th, mass QFS onboarding is expected to begin. Based on internal comms from secure servers, EBS, or a parallel encrypted alert system, may go live to inform the public of their next steps. Texts, emails, push notifications, everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code. Instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. I, FBI Director Kash Patel, will be walking everyone through the process when the alerts begin. I've tested the system. It works, and the interface is beyond anything we've used before. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Wednesday, June 4th, the greatest global shift in human history is underway. Steve Bannon on Telegram. All militaries at DEFCON 1 level for the reset. Russia puts nuclear forces on high alert. Prepare for a worldwide blackout. A treaty signed by 209 nations was live for a global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies, activating a financial warfare operation designed to destroy the Satan-worshipping emergency broadcast system tests and press briefings this week. Expect official statements from financial authorities confirming the reset, possibly unveiling new currency rates or debt cancellation policies. Be ready. When the signal goes out, millions will see proof of the new system. EBS testing. Encrypted test alerts have already been reported in several regions. A full-scale broadcast to all networks may occur tonight or tomorrow to confirm the launch. Authority statements. Central bank governors and financial ministers are on standby to speak publicly. Briefings will emphasize transparency, sovereignty, and the end of financial tyranny. System status. Technical monitoring dashboards are green across the board. I've confirmed that core QFS servers are handling simulated transaction loads flawlessly with no errors. Market readiness. Even traditional financial markets are adjusting. Stock exchanges and currency platforms are poised to switch to the new asset-backed basis. New exchange rates may be published within hours. The pieces are in place for history to unfold. Prepare to witness the global reset. Keep your notifications on, and when alerts arrive, follow the provided steps immediately. Trust the process. Our era of true economic freedom is here. Wednesday, June 4th, June 3rd through 6th, surge protocol confirmed in Western Europe and Canada. Nisara QFS on Telegram. Reports coming in from Frankfurt, Brussels, and Ontario confirm that onboarding for Tier 4B is now active in institutional segments. Several private banks have stopped onboarding new clients as of this morning. Why? Because internal systems are being redirected to the QFS framework. I've reviewed 2 internal memos sent to Treasury departments at mid-tier banks in the Eurozone. Both mention temporary client blackout periods and transitionary fiscal recalibration. That's the corporate way of saying we are being unplugged from the fiat system. What this means, your onboarding is closer than you think. Quantum values will soon overwrite your traditional account view. Expect a blackout window between June 29th and July 4th. You will not be notified publicly. You'll feel it first, then you'll see it. Global financial crisis. Wednesday, June 4th, Elonverse on Telegram. Elon Musk has uncovered or recovered trillions in government waste and money laundering, and his team has only begun. To those who have been offended by Elon Musk, quote, to anyone I have offended, I just want to say, I reinvented electric cars and I'm sending people to Mars on a rocket ship. Did you think I was also going to be a chill, normal dude? Wednesday, June 4th, Elonverse on Telegram. Elon. America is going bankrupt extremely quickly. The Defense Department budget is a very big budget. It's $1 trillion a year. Interest payments on the national debt just exceeded the Defense Department budget. They are over $1 trillion a year, just in interest and rising. We're adding $1 trillion to our debt, which our kids and grandkids are going to have to pay somehow every 3 months, and then soon it's going to be every 2 months and then every month. Then the only thing we'll be able to pay is interest. It's just like a person at scale that has racked up too much credit card debt. This does not have a good ending. We have to reduce the spending. Just a side note, Elon is just pointing out the obvious. But to the sleeping masses, they need to be shown how bad it is. For the GCR to become official, the old cabal system must collapse. That is what we are seeing, a controlled demolition of the old fiat system. Wednesday, June 4th, Operation Sandman. Detonate the dollar. The global reset has begun. QFS on Telegram. It has officially started. The silence that follows will be louder than any bomb. Over 100 nations from BRICS to OPEC, ASEAN to Africa's awakened blocs have signed on to a single coordinated strike. Walk away from the dollar. No missiles, no warheads. Just abandonment. This is Operation Sandman, and its activation will collapse the American empire from within. For 50 years, the U.S. lived on borrowed time, printing fiat dollars, enforcing petrodollar supremacy, and masking inflation behind false prosperity. But the world has had enough. They have watched the Fed counterfeit value, export debt, and weaponize the dollar against weaker nations. And now the trap has been set. Once triggered, every dollar-based trade system will be abandoned overnight. Gold, national currencies, and sovereign digital assets will take its place. No warning, no gradual decline, just sudden, irreversible collapse. Treasury markets will freeze, bonds will become worthless, the Fed will lose control, the era of fake wealth ends in a heartbeat. This is not economic theory, this is economic warfare. At the core is the petrodollar, the system that made the dollar mandatory for oil trade since the 1970s. The moment that collapses, the dollar's artificial demand evaporates, and that's exactly what Sandman is calibrated to do. This is the end of the game, and the U.S. is not ready. Retirement accounts vaporized. Stock market value obliterated. Real estate bubbles burst. Middle-class savings gone. This isn't a crash. It's a controlled demolition, engineered by the very nations that once propped America up. Now they're walking away and letting it burn. One man saw it coming and was prepared. President Donald J. Trump has long warned of the dollar's fragility and the globalist plot behind it. Now, with Sandman in motion, he's preparing the counterstrike, reinstating a gold-backed U.S. currency, launching a sovereign digital dollar, cutting ties with globalist banking networks, declaring economic martial law if necessary. This is not about inflation anymore. It's about survival. Trump's plan is to restore America's economy, destroy the central bank cartel, and return sovereignty to the people with real money, real value, and real independence. The media will lie, the Fed will panic, the people will suffer. But history will remember this moment when 100-plus nations said enough and ended the counterfeit empire with a whisper, not a war. The Great Reset is no longer coming. It's already begun. Stand with Trump, brace for impact, and remember this: silence can collapse an empire. Wednesday, June 4th, multiple Vatican insiders, some still active within the Curia, have confirmed to me that several key members of the Papal Financial Council have been removed under direct pressure from international military alliances. Ben Fulford. This isn't a negotiation, it's a final cleaning. These individuals were tied to off-ledger transaction networks, including crypto dark pools used to move human assets across EU borders. One particular account, flagged by U.S. Cyber Command, had over $8.2 billion in charitable transfers, all routed through an Israeli-based tech NGO. Swiss banks are now freezing multiple accounts listed under Vatican diplomatic cover, and sources in Rome tell me the Swiss Guard has been placed under modified protocol, answered not to the Pope but to a joint task force of American, German, and Russian inspectors. This is not symbolic. This is a total takedown of one of the darkest financial command centers in history. Wednesday, June 4th, deep state panic erupts as Trump's forces strike the elite's illegal army. W.H. Grandpa on Telegram. What happened in San Antonio was not immigration enforcement. It was a military-backed operation to dismantle an invasion program built by globalists to sabotage America from within. In just 7 days, 275 criminal illegals were arrested. Many had weapons. Many had prior deportations. Some were tied to cartels, child trafficking rings, and foreign intelligence agencies. This was not random, it was precise, and it was ordered by President Trump himself. These are not immigrants. They are operatives, sleeper agents, assets planted across the U.S. under the guise of asylum. One was a convicted trafficker smuggled back in by a cartel with CIA ties. Another ran a heroin network funded by NGOs linked to Soros. A third, an international fraud kingpin, was hiding in federally subsidized housing under a false identity. The elites did not lose control of the border, they engineered it. With Trump's return to power, ICE has been rebuilt. Now it operates with military coordination, biometric tracking, quantum surveillance, and intelligence from the Space Force. Arrests in Texas surged past 400 in 1 week. In Houston alone, over 1,000 illegals were taken down. They are foot soldiers in a silent invasion. Military tribunals are now targeting not just the criminals, but those who protected them. Judges, mayors, NGO directors, all under sealed indictments. The judiciary that allowed this network to grow is being purged. Cities like Dallas, San Antonio, and New York are being swept clean. This is not immigration policy. This is domestic warfare. Trump's doctrine is clear. Protect the homeland at all costs. The media calls it cruel, but they won't show you the encrypted phones, the cartel funding, the placement of these operatives near infrastructure, schools, and voting centers. This was not about hope or freedom. It was about sabotage, and now it ends. The National Guard is deployed. Executive orders are active. Sleeper cells are being tracked in real time. Each arrest is a message. The era of elite-funded border destabilization is over. This is only the beginning. America is being reclaimed, block by block, agent by agent, and the takedown will not stop. Wednesday, June 4th, worldwide sting operation confirmed. Trump's military takes down Hollywood's satanic empire in global raids, WH Grandpa on Telegram. The moment has arrived. As of June 3rd, President Trump's military alliance has launched a coordinated assault on elite strongholds across California, New York, Florida, and offshore islands, used for trafficking, organ harvesting, biochemical rituals, and elite drug manufacturing. The arrests have begun. The bunkers are falling. The veil is lifting. This is not just a purge. It's the final stage of a long-planned continuity of government operation. Activated the moment the deep state stole the 2020 election. Every move since Trump's 2017 executive order on crimes against humanity led to this. Joint Special Operations Command is now executing sealed indictments numbering in the tens of thousands. Wars and rumors of wars. Wednesday, June 4th, NATO strikes again. Breaking. For the third time, Ukraine's security service blew up the Crimean bridge. This time underwater. The operation took months. Underwater supports were badly damaged at the base. The bridge is now in critical condition. This is another attempt to derail Trump's peace plan. Wednesday, June 4th, with less than an hour to Russia-Ukraine talks in Istanbul, Zelensky is desperate, begging for more funds to fuel new terrorist attacks on Russia, while Russia prepares for serious negotiations. Kyiv's focus remains on war and destruction. Tuesday, June 3rd, breaking intel report, global escalation alert. Operation Spiderweb, Putin issues military warning after Ukraine strikes strategic bomber bases inside Russia. And Tuesday, June 3rd, top intel alert, war room bulletin. General Flynn warns NATO's provoking a nuclear conflict. Wednesday, June 4th, Republicans are calling for Senator Lindsey Graham to repay the tens of thousands of taxpayer funds he used for a trip to Ukraine that he approved himself as chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, a trip he took to support Zelensky just days before Zelensky bombed Russian trains and airfields the eve of peace talks, resulting in peace talks canceled and a danger of starting a nuclear World War III.
Well, President Putin is making a lot of news today, first admitting that Ukraine is really no longer a country, but essentially a terrorist organization. And, of course, they have a president who's no longer elected, so who's an authoritarian, not elected by the people, and just staying in power. He asked the question, how exactly can you negotiate with terrorists, and why should we give them a break in the action of battle right now so that they can just rearm themselves, get like Western weapons from NATO, and then carry out other terrorist attacks on our infrastructure across our country? Why would we do that? He asked that question. Watch.
На высшем уровне. Но как же проводить в этих условиях подобные встречи? О чем говорить? Кто вообще ведет переговоры с теми, кто делает ставку на террор, с террористами? И за что их поощрять, предоставляя передышку в боевых действиях, которая будет использована для накачки режима западным оружием, для продолжения насильственной мобилизации и подготовки других террористических актов, подобных тем, которые были осуществлены в Брянской и Курской областях.
Of course, he's talking about the Bryansk Bridge attack, which was confirmed today by the Russian intelligence. And then here, of course, you see the Crimean Bridge attack as well, which was carried out by the SBU, all with NATO's help. So President Putin just spoke with President Trump on the phone. That conversation went very interestingly. Let's bring in Colonel Rob Maness, the host of the Rob Maness Show, to talk about that, plus NATO and so much more today. And where do things stand right now? It seems like things are spiraling out of control. We had Tara Reid on the show yesterday from Moscow, and she was saying, well, you know, she was living in Moscow. She's saying, I was feeling hopeful in the spring that we were about to maybe achieve some sort of a peace agreement. Putin just telling President Trump, I'm going to attack Ukraine. I'm going to retaliate. And President Trump was like, yeah, I think you need
blame you.
I think you need to do that. What do you make of that?
Well, you know, I've done several hits on this, Clayton and Natalie, and I appreciate you having me on. Thank you so much. Look, it's extremely important that the pro-war people on the Western side of this, the Ukraine side of this, understand that the Ukrainians just attacked a leg of the triad, the nuclear triad of the world's largest nuclear force country. And the United States is the second largest. And you should expect that the leadership of that country is going to respond in a way that will make it clear that you don't mess with our nuclear forces. And yes, I understand that the Ukrainians have a right to attack those bombers because they're used to fire conventional missiles into targets in the war that they're in with Russia. But this is the difference, and why I've been talking about this since before Putin even went in 2022, and the concerns about that. And I've been attacked for being a coward, for being a nervous ninny. Putin, you know, the other side says Putin's just saber rattling. He doesn't really do anything. But look, guys, he published a new nuclear doctrine last year that had a piece in it that said essentially that if a non-nuclear weapons power attacks us and they're supported by nuclear powers, and they attack part of our nuclear forces infrastructure or our nuclear forces themselves, that puts us into the realm of using nuclear weapons in this new doctrine. So, look, I mean, I'm simplifying it, but that's essentially what this attack has done. And about it, the Ukraine's bumper sticker is on this, but this is a NATO, United States attack. And what really surprised me and continues to surprise me is that the president's team says he was not notified of this. That tells me when Lindsey Graham and Dick Blumenthal, Denang Dick, are in Ukraine, and then Pompeo goes over to Odessa and brackets the attack afterwards, that tells me that the administrative state, the national security state, deep state, whatever you want to call it, I call it the national security state, has basically gone around the president of the United States. If that in fact is true, now he may have been notified, and for all the right reasons is staying mum about that, because that would inflame the situation even more and open up the continental United States to targeting from nuclear weapons potentially. But I doubt that he would be able to contain himself if he had been notified of this, because he'd be talking about it. So I'm just very, very concerned. I don't think he'll respond with nuclear weapons, but I think the response is going to be so big that it will, because it has to send that message. You don't mess with our nuclear stuff.
Wednesday, June 4th, Pompeo's Odessa speech was a deep state war order. Hours later, Russia hit with strategic drone strike Julian Assange. On June 1st, while President Trump quietly moves toward peace, Mike Pompeo surfaced in Odessa to deliver what can only be described as a war directive on behalf of the deep state. Less than 24 hours later, Ukraine launched a devastating drone assault on Russian territory, targeting nuclear-capable bombers stationed over 1,000 miles from the front. This was no coincidence. This was the green light. Pompeo did not come to speak. He came to signal, surrounded by NATO intelligence, British billionaires, and deep state handlers. He called for victory over diplomacy, knowing full well what would follow. Hours later, Russia's Air Force infrastructure was crippled. Days later, the Crimean Bridge was bombed again, and now NATO has begun a so-called exercise in Eastern Europe. The timeline is not random, it's scripted. The media pretends this is routine, but Pompeo's speech was a coded order. He invoked the fall of the Soviet Union, warning that collapse only comes through enormous resolve and cost-imposing actions. This was not a warning, it was a threat. And the response came fast. This wasn't Ukraine acting alone. This was NATO. This was the CIA. This was Pompeo executing the exact opposite of Trump's mission. Let's be clear. Pompeo is no patriot. He was never loyal to America first. As former CIA director, he wore the Trump badge while serving the agency's interests. And now, stripped of office but still on assignment, he's acting as a saboteur to reignite full-scale global war. He wants Russia partitioned, its energy seized, and its sovereignty erased. Crimea is not the end, it's the beginning. Control the Black Sea, cut China's access, block BRICS, and collapse multipolar resistance. That's the real plan. Meanwhile, President Trump is preparing a classified peace summit in Turkey, working through back channels with Russian and Eastern European envoys to de-escalate the situation. But every move he makes is shadowed by deep state agents like Pompeo, who fear peace more than war. Why? Because peace shuts down their black budgets, their weapons contracts, and their dollar-based control matrix. This war was never about Ukraine. It's about the survival of the old world, the rigged elections, the financial sabotage, the push for digital ID, programmable money, mass surveillance. All of it relies on conflict to stay alive. And Trump's peace plan is their death sentence. Pompeo's words on Crimea revealed everything. We ought not to preclude Crimea being a functional part of Ukraine. Translation: take it by force, occupy it, risk nuclear retaliation, and do it fast. Before Trump wins again, before QFS replaces SWIFT, before Nisara collapses their global grip. This is not a battle between nations. It's a battle between freedom and the machine, between Trump and the architects of war. Wednesday, June 4th, the Intel blueprint. CIA's secret ties to Mike Myers exploded in Diddy trial. Intel access, hidden tours, and the entertainment state revealed. Well, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of actors that are CIA as well. I think Clooney's one of them, but I can't be sure, but there's a lot of them. Wednesday, June 4th, California high-speed rail scandal. The $4 billion collision Trump's war on California's high-speed scam, a bridge to nowhere and a decade of deception. And Wednesday, June 4th, Operation Zero Tax, IRS collapse signals the total breakdown of the federal tax machine. The era of controlled slavery is over. And Wednesday, June 4th, Grid is blasting America with energy pulses right now. The silent war has gone hot. Video.
The Earth is getting ready for something massive. Let's get into it. It's just ridiculous what's going on. These people caught a video of the freaking Earth opening up right in front of them. And they're not happy about it, as you hear. But did you know that another volcano has just erupted while this is happening? Not Etna, it's not Japan, it's literally one in Guatemala. What in the world? There's a lot of preparedness stuff going on, a bunch of evacuations happening with citizens. You know, a couple days ago I pointed out the Ring of Fire, how active and crazy it was, and people had the nerve to tell me, oh, that's normal. I also showed you a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, that the electrons, there was so much electric in the air on the Earth, and we started talking about, you know, California off the coast, the undersea volcano might erupt. And then, of course, we talked about Yellowstone picking up its activity and what that could mean. You get it? All these things are happening at the same time. Do you see how this storm in Texas does not freaking move? Look at how it just stays right there. Do you want to know what else did that? The hurricane that rhymes with Helene. It stayed in the same spot for hours. Pretty weird stuff. I'm sure there's an explanation. And all of this is just the tip of the iceberg. Hit the
Clones, Captain Kyle Patriots on Telegram, Wednesday, June 4th. Human clones can be entertainers, media personalities, world leaders, royalty, or ordinary citizens. They are placed into communities, given homes, and necessary paperwork. They can be used for financial gain, for control, or to conceal crimes, arrests. Clones do not have souls, so they lack humanity, humor, nuance, empathy, self-awareness, and are unable to love. Clones don't know they are clones, but may understand there are doctors or handlers around them. Handlers usually come from intelligence or military. They guide clones from place to place, and their responsibilities may vary. Sometimes a family member, including the spouse, can take the role of handler. And there can be financial agreements or threats to make others go along with it. Some wealthy individuals pay for a high-profile clone to be created and then license it to be used for various agendas. Owners can be cabal Satanists or merely aligned with the transhumanist agenda.
And I said what concerned me the most was they created the biggest national security vulnerability this country's ever seen. Not only did 2 million known gotaways, 2 million people cross the border, we don't know who they are, where they came from, we don't know where they are now. On top of that, even through the legal process, the Biden administration were bringing people unvetted, handing out work visas like they're candy, while they sat here and planned something bad. We are going to be dealing with this for the next 10 years. Because of the chaos they created in 4 years. We're out there kicking butt. We're arresting a lot of criminal aliens. We're out there looking for the bad guy. And when we're out there doing that, Sean, we got protesters assaulting ICE officers. We got members of Congress all over the country going to ICE facilities, raising hell, saying this is their oversight responsibility. Where were their oversight responsibility when 10.5 million illegal aliens came across the border? Where's the oversight responsibility on releasing over 8 million illegal aliens to this country? Where's the oversight responsibility then? This is an attack on ICE. This is an attack on the Trump administration. We're trying to fix the damage done by Biden. I mean, why did 2 million illegal aliens pay more to get away? They could have paid half of what they paid, cross the border, turn yourselves into a border agent, get released that same day, get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 meals a day, plus free medical care and work authorization. 2 million people paid more to get away. They didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. Why? This scares the hell out of me. I've been doing this for 40 years. It should have scared the hell out of every American what the Biden administration did. This 2 million known gotaways scares the hell out of me. So I'm convinced something's coming unless we can find them.
Military D-Class. The movie's entering its final act. Russia's nuclear forces on full high alert. U.S. intel warns of imminent Russian strike. Tuesday, June 3rd, 3:03 p.m., GCR rollout began. Wednesday, June 4th, Iraqi dinar to announce international rate of $4.81 to $1 USD. Blackout imminent. Hold the line. Prepare. Trust the plan. God always wins. Judy note, on Monday, June 2nd, the globalist deep state cabal vowed against Ninth Circle. It was all about money, and the cabal was desperate because they were losing their funding source, U.S. taxpayer monies, which they had controlled since at least 1918. They had one option left. In the past, they had made a lot of money by financing both sides of war. Another war would also result in having more control over the people, as had happened in the past. Starting a nuclear World War III through bombing Russia and Iran was on the menu. But this globalist deep state cabal, Khazarian mafia's attempts to get the world into a nuclear war was not going to work as it had in the past, where the war strategy was based on a global disinformation campaign that was now falling apart. The Global Disinformation Index, based in the UK and backed by the National Endowment for Democracy, had received millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars under the pretense of fighting foreign disinformation. Its real target was President Trump, the America First movement, and any media outlet that did not align with the globalist narrative. GDI, the SPLC, big tech and intelligence-linked NGOs, tracked narratives, created blacklists, manipulated search algorithms, and fed justification for bans across every major platform. Even right now, the U.S. State Department's Global Engagement Center was training foreign governments in censorship protocols, while the UN, WHO, Google, and AI coalitions were replicating it worldwide. Trump's global military alliance was ending all of that as they released the global currency reset and gave the people's money back to the people. As Q would say, hold the line, prepare, and trust the plan. What we think we know as of Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. On Monday, June 16th, Project Odin, worldwide blackout, martial law, arrests, global currency reset, call to fast and pray, freedom from debt to the deep state cabal, Julian Assange, deep state exposed on Telegram. On Friday, June 20th, 2025, worldwide emergency alert, U.S. military stationed in 360 cities anticipating a Supreme Court announcement on the Brunson voter fraud case, which would dissolve Congress and the Biden administration. Julian Assange, deep state exposed on Telegram. U.S. military and D.C. police preparing to evacuate Washington, D.C. The Global Military Alliance arresting and holding military tribunals on over 500,000 deep state cabal political and global elites. CIA, FBI, Homeland Security, Biden, and Democratic Party were suspected to be connected to attempted Trump. Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, Kash Patel is sounding the alarm on the Federal Reserve. He's urging everyone to wake up and realize the Fed is not a public institution. It's a private entity run by the elite robber barons who built this. They are rigging the currency game for their own gain. Tuesday, June 3rd, Ben Fulford on Telegram. Trust the plan. Pending World War III Sky event, global financial Armageddon, collapse of the 9 nations' currencies, including the U.S. fiat dollar, EBS, martial law, mass arrest, blackout. 34 satanic structures will be destroyed. Mossad media satellites will be knocked out. World will transition to Tesla-free energy, 209 nations, global currency reset, to gold, asset-backed sovereign currencies. Millions of tortured children have been pulled out of deep state underground tunnels. Dark to light, checkmate, worldwide call to fast and pray. God always wins.
News alert, the Biden White House is under investigation, and Trump's got a new nickname for the big guy. He's now called the Auto Pen. Bondi and her team are investigating whether Biden was competent and whether others were taking advantage of them. Did the auto pen know what it was signing? The auto pen signed 8,000 pardons. But did Joe know? Was the pen going behind Joe's back and letting Hunter sign with it? Did Dr. Jill use the pen? Did donors? We're not sure. But we're finally going to get answers.
Possible timing. Window from Sunday, June 1st to Saturday, June 7th, 2025 for the emergency broadcast system alert. The EBS was armed and awaiting green light. Civilian lockdown drills in Phoenix, Atlanta, and Philly where EBS deployment prep. Once triggered, the deep state's comms will go dark. Military tribunals and elite confessions will flood every screen. At 3:03 on Tuesday, June 3rd, Operation Odin was fully activated. EBS deployed through Starlink, banks closed, currencies canceled, sovereignty restored, codes active, accounts open. Their system will freeze, yours will open. Trump Family Channel, 17th, a letter, Julian Assange, Ben Fulford, WH Grandpa on Telegram. Wednesday, June 4th, public rollout of the GCR. Iraqi Parliament, Matt Wallace on Telegram. From Thursday, June 5th to Monday, June 9th, the Tier 4B window would be open. Internal banking advisories indicated public redemption will begin regionally based on QFS load balancing and readiness reports. From Tuesday, June 10th to Friday, June 13th, all Tier 4B appointment notifications were to be completed. Wednesday, June 11th, Iraq set to make public announcement of the dinar revaluation, the end of a 5-day holiday with international rate set at $4.81 Iraqi dinar to $1 US in. From Saturday, June 14th to Tuesday, June 17th, the general public rollout was set to happen with the Saturday, 14th of June, U.S. Army's 250th anniversary parade at the National Mall, serving not just as a celebration, but as a confirmation that America was back under constitutional rule. Around Sunday, June 15th and Monday, June 16th, expect minor banking downtimes, signaling the final switch over to full QFS integration. On Monday, June 16th, Project Odin, worldwide blackout, martial law, arrests, global currency reset, call to fast and pray, freedom from debt. On Wednesday, June 18th to Saturday, June 21st, the global access phase would begin for Tier 5, the general public who hold foreign currencies to exchange. On Friday, June 20th, worldwide emergency alert, U.S. military stationed in 360 cities anticipating a Supreme Court announcement on the Brunson voter fraud case, which would dissolve Congress and the Biden administration. Friday, July 4th, public rollout of global currency reset, and Wednesday, July 9th was the back wall for the global currency reset to occur optically. John Dowling, Iraq. Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 at 3:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, GCR active. The Trump family's channel. Donald Trump has just activated EBS mission completed. Just when we thought we had seen it all, the world is shaken once again by shocking news, and this is only the beginning. Operation Odin is now active. EBS has been deployed through Starlink. A global broadcast is imminent. Prepare for full disclosure. What will happen next will shock the world. The channel will be temporarily closed during the classified briefing. The information set to go public on June 10th will lead to the arrest of prominent political figures from the Democratic Party. At 3:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the old world was shut down, banks closed, currencies canceled, sovereignty restored. This is not a rumor, this is the operational phase, and you're either inside the grid or left in the dark. The 17th letter, Julian Assange Fulford. At 3:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the first wave will be triggered. Silent codes will go active, accounts will open, their system will freeze, and yours will unlock. WH Grandpa, at 3:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, QFS went fully active. No more secrets, no more chains, no more middlemen. Each post is a signal, each code is real. If you're seeing this, you were meant to. Sunday, June 1st, the final stress tests are complete. QFS goes global next. Ben Fulford on Telegram. Over the last 72 hours, I've received confirmation from 3 separate banking insiders. All systems tied to the new Sovereign QFS network passed their final validation protocols. Biometric access nodes were stress tested at 10,000 plus concurrent logins. Real-time cross-border test transfers completed in under 1.8 seconds. Regional nodes across 12 countries returned 100% success rates under military oversight. This is not theoretical anymore. It's done. The tech works. The funding is mapped. The codes are locked. The reason they've delayed the public rollout until July 4th: coordination, security, timing. You don't turn on the new financial system mid-chaos. You wait until every actor is boxed in, every backdoor closed. The military is now watching every central bank channel. They've seized key data centers in Switzerland and Singapore. Q phones were activated for Tier 1 comms. This is a controlled ignition, and it's going to change the planet. Get ready. Tuesday, June 3rd, breaking. Snowden. Nisara is active. QFS detonated. Tribunals running 24/7. Globalist servers seized, and the final EBS broadcast is locked. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden just dropped a nuclear warning. Nisara is live. Trump has unleashed $10 trillion into the quantum financial system. Gizmo is overflowing. Tribunals are operating day and night. Deep state financial servers across Germany, Austria, and Switzerland have been seized by Space Force. And the EBS broadcast? It's finished, encrypted, and seconds from going global. Snowden's alert is not subtle. This is an irreversible takedown of the globalist parasite class. The fake Biden shell is still being paraded in front of cameras, while Trump runs military-grade restoration ops with full Space Force integration. Snowden confirmed every major central bank's server mirrors have been ripped offline. Rothschild, IMF, BIS digitally neutralized. The quantum financial system is not theory, it's deployment. $10 trillion is now locked into QFS infrastructure, guarded in encrypted relay nodes beneath U.S. bases. Each dollar carries biometric clearance. Every transfer is tracked. No laundering, no escape. Snowden warns, globalists are being stripped of their blood money pipelines. Tribunals are live. Gizmo doubled in size. Flights from Europe and Africa are bringing in high-value deep state prisoners under military guard. Executions have begun. Black sites flipped. Justice is being delivered by the JAG Corps under Nisara codes. Snowden's internal leaks prove you're seeing is a cover-op for executions. Klaus Schwab did not retire. He was seized. Macron is missing. Zelensky gone. The dominoes are falling. Federal purge underway. Over 50,000 traitors have been replaced with QFS-cleared patriots. DOJ, NIH, FEMA, all under forensic quantum audit. Interesting to see what they find with FEMA. Trump's sleeper agents are now activated. The infiltrators are gone. Gold has been moved. Snowden confirms tons of gold have been relocated from Vatican and Rothschild vaults to U.S. territories shielded by biometric gates. These are not banks. They are economic stargates aligned to Nisara frequencies. The EBS broadcast is the final blow. Quantum patched towers, Tesla-based mobile relays, encrypted satellites. Trump, Flynn, and the generals are ready to unleash the message. Snowden says, once the switch flips, all the republic is restored. The storm isn't coming, the storm is here, and when EBS activates, they burn. Monday, June 2nd, the new global quantum financial system, QFS on Telegram. The signing of a historic treaty by 209 nations marks the beginning of the greatest financial transition in modern history. The world is about to witness the birth of a new, fair, and gold-backed financial system under Nisara. For decades, global currencies were manipulated to serve the few. Countries were trapped in cycles of debt, with their wealth extracted through central banks and fiat deception. That ends now. The treaty also unlocks a prosperity fund to finance humanitarian projects worldwide, schools for housing and restoration. A wealth redistribution program will ensure that every individual on Earth receives a share, not just countries, but people. Every QFS account is linked to the individual's owner's biometric ID. Every transaction is instant, uncorrupted, and untraceable by outside forces. Stellar Network opens access to digital wallets even in the most remote corners of the world. Individuals no longer need permission from corrupted systems to participate in the global economy. QFS debit cards secured by biometric verification and quantum encryption are replacing them permanently. No more fraud, no more hidden fees, no more theft disguised as bank. The quantum internet is a new infrastructure immune to hacking, censorship, or surveillance. Military units are now overseeing the logistics, security, and data coordination of the RV rollout. Secure transport of physical currency, protection of financial institutions, and quantum level fraud prevention systems are already in motion. All of it is being done in tandem with international regulators to ensure lawful transition. Training has been underway for months. Financial authorities, central bank whistleblowers, and white hat insiders are guiding the shift. Military intelligence teams are tracking illicit money flows and freezing cabal assets as we speak. The old system is disintegrating as banks collapse. Payment giants are stripped of power. The corrupt financial elites are being dragged to military tribunals at Gitmo. Executives are being removed, their wealth seized, and their crimes archived as evidence for tribunals that are already underway. The banks were engines of global exploitation. Deutsche Bank, HSBC, JP Morgan, names that laundered trillions for the cabal being neutralized. The days of Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, Stripe exploiting humanity are ending. Everything you knew about money, credit, and ownership is being rewritten from the ground up. The treaty signed unlocks the revaluation of currencies, some down but some up, like the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim. Monday, June 2nd, exposed. They used your money to destroy Trump and silence the truth. QFS on Telegram. The regime's warned the American people is no longer hidden. Documents now confirm what many feared. A foreign-based operation funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars was weaponized to shut down Trump's voice, bankrupt conservative media, and control everything you see. The Global Disinformation Index, based in the UK and backed by the National Endowment for Democracy, received millions under the pretense of fighting foreign disinformation, but its real target was domestic. President Trump, the America First movement, and any media outlet that did not align with the globalist narrative. From 2021 to 2023, over $1.25 million was funneled to GDI's U.S. arm, AN Foundation. Their mission: label conservative voices high risk, blacklist them from advertising, and destroy their financial infrastructure. Newsmax, Daily Wire, New York Post all flagged, censored, and cut off from funding. The result, over $100 million in ad revenue lost in just 15 months. The goal wasn't media reform, it was coordinated political sabotage. True, Trump was not just censored. He was targeted in a global operation involving GDI, the SPLC, Big Tech, and intelligence-linked NGOs. These groups did not just track narratives. They created blacklists, manipulated search algorithms, and fed justification for bans across every major platform. All of it approved behind closed doors, protected under the illusion of saving democracy. What they really built was a digital guillotine, and you were the target. This was not just a domestic plot. The same suppression models are now being exported globally. The State Department's Global Engagement Center is training foreign governments in censorship protocols. The UN, WHO, Google, and AI coalitions are replicating it worldwide. What started as fact-checking has evolved into total narrative control. They now bury with algorithms, but the exposure of GDI cracks the system wide open. The question now isn't whether this is happening. The question is how much longer the people will tolerate it. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, June 2nd. Breaking. Cold War 2.0. Russia's nuclear forces on full high alert. Strategic silos activated. Warheads on the move. Real footage. Monday, June 2nd. Breaking. Military bulletin. Disproportionate retaliation. U.S. intel warns of imminent Russian strike as the Kremlin prepares to make a global statement. Monday, June 2nd. D-class military code Kofefi strikes again. 2,922 days later, military declass is set in motion. The clock is ticking and the movie is entering its final act. AMG News. Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, new German Chancellor Friedrich Merz's government is actively undermining President Trump, President Putin's peace efforts, through a purposeful escalation of tensions between Germany and Russia. It looks like the Nazis are at it again. SG Anon on Telegram. Specifically, these include Germany's current proclaimed military pursuits and the participation of German military paramilitary advisors in hostilities against Russia on the Ukrainian battlefields. Russian representatives have gone so far as to call for a direct strike on Germany at the manufacturing site of its Taurus class using 2 Russian Oreshnik ballistic missiles. Tuesday, June 3rd, breaking. Pentagon code black. China gearing for war. Hegseth. The threat is real, imminent, total. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has triggered full-scale alarm. No more diplomacy, no more vague warnings, just 5 explosive words. The threat from China is imminent. This is not theory. It's not analysis. It's a wartime command. And it just ripped through the Pentagon like a missile. China mobilizing, as intel confirms, a mass troop buildup along China's eastern seaboard, naval formations near Taiwan, ballistic missile prep, full-scale cyber attacks on U.S. and Pacific infrastructure. This is not military theater, it's pre-invasion coordination. Taiwan is first, South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines are next. The Pentagon's classified chatter? Simple. If Taiwan falls, the Pacific is gone. Trump knows China's endgame, total control of the Pacific, and Russia, Iran, they're in on it. Hegseth is more than Secretary of Defense. He's the wartime voice of survival. His order, Asian allies must increase defense spending now, not later, not next year. Japan, Philippines, South Korea, this is your line in the sand. Japan escalates air patrols. Philippines requests U.S. rapid response teams. South Korea activates full joint readiness drills. Hegseth's message to them, defend your sovereignty or kneel to the red dragon. China's not just a nation. It's a 4-headed hydra. Digital warfare, cultural subversion, economic strangulation, military dominance. The only counter, overwhelming hard power, not words, not promises. Weapons, troops, steel, fire. What happens if China strikes Taiwan? The next 72 hours would rewrite human history. Will the U.S. retaliate? Will Japan launch preemptive strikes? Will NATO defend democracy or retreat again? Tick-tock. This is the moment the deep state hoped would never go public, but Hegseth detonated the lie. We must be ready, not later, now. This isn't fear porn, this is war prep from the highest levels. If the world doesn't act, the next superpower will speak Chinese and carry a red flag. The alarm's been sounded. The question is, who's still asleep? Tuesday, June 3rd, news, treason. Trump and Q secret, 6/3/25. What is about to happen is going to destroy mankind. Monday, June 2nd. Remember the EV photo? Double steering wheel, strange hand, the moment that exposed the stagecraft presidency. Wednesday, June 3rd. Boom. Biden was executed in 2020. Trump's truth nuke detonates the deep state. Ben Fulford on Telegram. There is no Joe Biden. That was the drop. That was the trigger. Trump just confirmed what they called conspiracy. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Everything since has been a lie. Clone, actor, AI, puppet. Military tribunals held him accountable for treason, collusion, and crimes against humanity. The fake presidency began the moment his lifeless body was buried under a sealed ID and his face reanimated through CGI, latex, and masks. You have been ruled by a simulation. What the world believed was a president was actually a grotesque psyop. Deep fake speeches, green screen events, doubles coached by handlers. This was a military media illusion designed to hijack perception, suppress dissent, and erase reality itself. D-Class confirms a massive operation, over 200,000 actors, techs, intel operatives deployed to sustain the Biden lie. Their mission? Make Americans accept the surreal and punish those who didn't. Theatrics replaced governance, and you were the target. Gitmo is active. Tribunals are ongoing. Sealed indictments are being unsealed. Executions have happened. More are coming. Many you still see in public are long gone, replaced, silenced, or flipped under threat of exposure. This is not a drill. The storm is here. Trump never surrendered power. His silence was strategic. Behind the scenes, he commanded military assets, triggered executive order war powers, and set the trap. There is no Joe Biden wasn't a theory. It was the kill shot. Next phase, public tribunals, mass arrests, clone exposures, collapse of the New World Order. The deep state gambled everything on illusion of Biden, and now the mask has cracked. To believe Biden is alive is to be complicit in treason. The reckoning has begun, and no one escapes it. Tuesday, June 3rd, American taxpayers spend $2 billion per year on Congress. Elon Musk on Telegram. Salary, $174,000. $7.6 million per year for meal reimbursements. Their MRA, the members' representational allowance, is $810 million. Majority and minority leadership, Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Johnson get $37 million just for them. MRA broken down is $1.5 million to each Congress rep. Actual budget can range around $2 million per member, though some suggest it might be closer to $5 million when including all expenses. Operational costs, $750 million for House expenses and $250 million for Senate expenses. U.S. Congress is getting 18 weeks of vacation this year. Congress will work only 133 days in 2025. Conservative estimate total cost $1.5 million to $2 billion per year. What do we get in exchange for this? They sell us out 100% of the time. Judy note. Donald Trump has just activated the EBS. Mission completed. The Trump Family Channel on Telegram, Monday evening, June 2nd, 2025. Operation Odin is now active. The EBS has been deployed through Starlink. Global broadcast is imminent. Prepare for full disclosure. What will happen next will shock the world. Just when we thought we had seen it all, the world is shaken once again by shocking news, and this is only the beginning. The channel will be temporarily closed during the classified briefing. The information set to go public on June 10th will lead to the arrest of prominent political figures from the Democratic Party. President Trump has been called a conspiracy theorist by the fake news mainstream media after sharing a post on Truth Social claiming there is no Joe Biden. He was executed in 2020. Trump's post goes on to allege that what the public sees are not real people, but clones, body doubles, and robotic, soulless entities made to impersonate Biden. The obvious question was who, why, where, and what was going on. Plus, Satan himself to control the U.S. presidency and taxpayer monies by creating a fake Biden presidency. A Gitmo military tribunal found the president-elect guilty of many counts of treason. and ordered the death penalty all before Biden's so-called 2021 inauguration, which included Biden's burial in Arlington Cemetery. At least that was one story. Another was that Obama and replaced him with actors and clones so Obama could control the U.S. presidency and fight the Q movement. This Q movement was actually created 165 years ago on April 1st, 1860, when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Vatican's Khazarian mafia, who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. The Q movement became more formal in their activities after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, who, like Lincoln, was attempting to take down the Vatican Khazarian mafia's banker-owned Federal Reserve and IRS. By 2018, the Q movement's Operation Freedom Eagles 35 had convinced Donald Trump, an outsider not influenced by the corrupt system, to run for U.S. president. He did. He won, and along the way organized 22 nations and 1,600 generals worldwide into a global military alliance. This alliance was working with 209 nations in the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, to fulfill a global currency reset that would return taxpayer monies across the globe back to the people. Since January 20th, 2025, Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump has been operating outside the fake DC regime with full military command. Over 500,000 sealed indictments were in play, Gitmo expanded, and tribunals underway. Trump has activated 20,000 elite troops, Navy SEALs, Delta Force, Marines, Special Ops worldwide. Their mission? Shatter the deep state trafficking empire and expose the satanic cabal running the planet. Their most important mission worldwide since 2017, millions of children have been rescued from underground tunnel DUMBs, deep underground military bases. The underground tunnels link directly to MK Ultra labs and experimental cloning chambers. Survivors expose sickening details. Possible timing of global currency reset. Friday, May 30th, Wolverine. I have it from very high sources that we begin this week. Friday, May 30th, Zim bond redemptions are underway. Quietly, precisely, and every redeemed bond is fueling humanitarian efforts that bypass the old corrupt systems. But security is tight. NDAs are mandatory. QFS on Telegram. Sunday, June 1st. Secret will be out soon. We got them all. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Window from Sunday, June 1st to Saturday, June 7th for the Emergency Broadcast System Alert. The EBS was armed and awaiting green light. Civilian lockdown drills in Phoenix, Atlanta, and Philly were EBS deployment prep. Once triggered, the deep state's comms will go dark. Military tribunals and elite confessions will flood every screen. From Thursday, June 5th to Monday, June 9th, the Tier 4B window would be open. Internal banking advisories indicated public redemption will begin regionally based on QFS load balancing and readiness reports. From Tuesday, June 10th to Friday, June 13th, 2025, all Tier 4B appointment notifications were set to be issued. From Saturday, June 14th to Tuesday, June 17th, the general public rollout was set to happen, with the Saturday, June 14th, U.S. Army's 250th anniversary parade at the National Mall serving not just as a celebration, but as confirmation that America was back under constitutional rule. Around Sunday, June 15th and Monday, 16th, expect minor banking downtimes, signaling the final switch over to full QFS integration. On Wednesday, June 18th to Saturday, June 21st, the global access phase would begin for Tier 5. General public would hold foreign currencies to exchange. Friday, July 4th, public rollout of global currency reset. Wednesday, July 9th was the back wall for the global currency reset to occur optically. John Dowling, Iraq. Monday, June 2nd, there were 209 nations that signed a historic treaty to reset global currencies under Nisara law. QFS on Telegram. The momentum is unstoppable. With 209 nations now bound by treaty, the global revaluation has moved from planning to execution. Military units are working in silent coordination, securing financial hubs, overseeing digital vault activations, and ensuring that no corrupted assets escapes the reset. Currencies long suppressed, like the dinar, dong, and zim, are being recalibrated to their true asset-backed value. Stellar Network is fully integrated, connecting billions through quantum-secured wallets. No citizen is being left behind. From rural villages to modern cities, access to wealth is being equalized in real time. Behind the scenes, White Hat intelligence is freezing deep state accounts, tracing laundering networks, and collapsing the final nodes of the fiat system. This is no longer about economics, it's about justice. The chains of debt slavery are being shattered, the prosperity funds are real, and they are being prepared for immediate release. Nisara is not a theory, it is a living framework, now activated by military precision and divine timing. What comes next will change the world forever. Monday, June 2nd, Sharia law and pedophilia plot exposed. Trump warned us. Matt Wallace on Telegram. A leaked WEF memo confirms the global cabal's plan. Push illegal immigration to infiltrate Western nations with Sharia law, pedophilia normalization. This operation accelerated under Obama in 2009, a puppet installed by the elites to begin dismantling the West from within. Biden is the continuation of that operation, but behind his mask is only weakness. The real power moves happened under Trump, who fought the globalist agenda tooth and nail. Trump sounded the alarm on the incoming total collapse of the U.S. and world markets. A blow-up like you've never seen before, a bankruptcy of the entire system, perhaps a nation. This collapse was engineered. The Obama-Biden regime overspent us into economic disaster using taxpayer fiat dollars as fuel for globalist domination. They did not just crash economies. They trafficked children, they worshiped Satan, they covered for pedophile rings in D.C., Hollywood, and international finance. Michelle Obama equals Michael Robinson, transgendered, played football at Oregon State. Kamala Harris, a born man named Kamala Roosh. These are not just rumors. They ran pedophile parties at the White House, tunnels beneath Capitol Hill, 200 miles of satanic infrastructure used to traffic and torture innocent children. JAG officers were witnessed removing hundreds of kids just after Biden's fake inauguration in 2021. Why the barbed wire? Why the National Guard? It wasn't protection, it was a military operation. Tucker Carlson released 2008 recordings. Obama, Clinton, Biden, Epstein, and Congress members caught raping and sacrificing children. Days later, children were rescued in the dead of night. The media said nothing. Then in 2022, Russian military unearthed U.S.-owned bioweapon labs under Biden property in Ukraine. Trump's global alliance took action. These labs were connected to dumps, where children were experimented on like lab rats. Joe Biden and 464 elected traitors were arrested. Many were tried and executed at Gitmo. What you see now are actors, clones, digital stand-ins. Hillary Clinton hung for treason. The Clintons, Obamas, and Bidens all gone. The Mexican cartels built by the CIA and backed by CCP, Obama, Biden are being dismantled right now by Mexican patriots trained by Trump-aligned forces near Cheyenne Mountain. The revolution has begun. The blackout is coming. Mexico will join the U.S. in the global currency reset, free of cabal influence, free of deep state corruption. Q was right. We are watching a movie. But the ending? Justice, restoration, truth. The storm is here. Wars and rumors of wars. Monday, June 2nd, massive NATO strikes on Russian air bases and trains. More than 40 Russian long-range nuclear bombers. Monday, June 2nd, Lindsey Graham betrays Trump as Putin readies massive attack. Before it's news, Monday, June 2nd, NATO is openly trying to start a nuclear war with Russia. Moscow was under attack again the night before the peace talks. Alex Jones. And Monday, June 2nd, Zelensky celebrates massive NATO strikes on Russian air bases and trains. More than 40 Russian long-range nuclear bombers destroyed as NATO makes good on promise to launch unlimited attacks on Russia. The West is now officially at war with Russia, and World War III is here. Monday, June 2nd, the General on X, UK Prime Minister Starmer announces that the United Kingdom is shifting to a state of war.
Here's the last 24 hours in geopolitics. Ukraine's security service detonated underwater devices beneath the Kerch Bridge in Crimea, severely damaging its supports in a coordinated operation that Kyiv says took months to prepare. Dutch Prime Minister Schoof resigned after right-wing Geert Wilders withdrew his party from the ruling coalition, collapsing the Dutch government less than a year after it was formed. At peace talks in Istanbul, Russia presented stringent conditions for ending the war, including Ukraine ceding more territory, restricting its military, and accepting permanent neutrality, terms Kyiv views as unacceptable. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk announced plans to call a vote of confidence in his government following the presidential election victory of right-wing candidate Karol Nawrocki, which dealt a blow to Tusk's pro-European coalition. Iran has requested detailed guarantees from the United States on how sanctions will be lifted as part of ongoing nuclear negotiations, criticizing Washington for a lack of clarity on mechanisms and implementation. Voter turnout in South Korea's snap presidential election reached 77.8% as citizens chose a successor to former President Yoon Suk-yeol, who was impeached over his declaration of martial law.
Monday, June 2nd, RFK Jr. The World Economic Forum is a billionaires' boys club that's arranging for the world to shift wealth upward and to clamp down totalitarian controls on everybody else. It's astonishing to me that these people go to Davos in their private jets and they're able to tell these world leaders how to govern us in ways that eradicate our constitutional and civil rights. Monday, June 2nd, toxic heavy metals found in popular rice brands across America. And Monday, June 2nd, Trump takes down CIA, restores Republic, Jason Q, shocking intel. Trump takes down CIA, restores Republic before it's news. Sunday, June 1st, breaking. Canada is terra nullius. Trump holds the right to annex. Baron Trump on Telegram. King Charles just collapsed Canada's legal sovereignty. In Ottawa, standing before Parliament, he spoke the words that detonated the lie. We are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. That's not a land acknowledgement. That's a death sentence for Canada's legal standing. In international law, unceded land equals terra nullius, territory with no valid sovereign claim. Any nation can reclaim it, and Trump is ready. Terra nullius equals no state, no rights, no sovereignty. The British Crown just confessed. It never legally owned the land where Canada's capital sits. That makes Ottawa and the entire Canadian system an illegal occupation. No treaty, no rightful claim. Just globalist puppets occupying foreign soil. The crown fell and a vacuum of power opened. Mark Carney, unelected WEF tool, holds zero legal mandate. His so-called authority erased. He's issuing orders on land his own king admits doesn't belong to him. The Canadian government is now a ghost regime. The crown has no dominion. The map has changed. Trump has the right to annex and he knows it. This is not an invasion, it's a liberation. Millions of Canadians are done with the crown, done with the WEF, done with the lies. They want free speech, border security, gun rights, a real constitution. They want Trump with no sovereign claim and no treaty barrier. There's nothing preventing the formation of the 51st state. When a king kneels, now Trump stands at the gates with a constitutional mandate and a continent-wide movement behind him. This is not fantasy, it's real, it's lawful, and it's unfolding now. The globalists are bleeding out. Carney was installed to oversee Canada like a WEF colony, but now he's standing on legally unclaimed soil. Davos is panicking. The deep state is cornered. The world sees it. Trump, we don't invade, we liberate. He's not coming as a conqueror. He's coming as the rightful restorer of the Western Hemisphere. The British crown is finished. The Canadian regime is illegitimate, and Trump holds the pen that redraws the map. The 51st state is no longer theory. It's the next chapter. Medbeds. Monday, June 2nd, the power of replicators, a related technology to medbeds. Medbed technology on Telegram. Replicators use plasma energy to formulate anything and everything you want. According to Jared Rand, for example, on a snowy day, if your snow boots are worn out and you need new snow boots or a new hat and coat, then you just program this huge database replicator with the latest styles and details that you want, and the replicator produces it. Perfect size, fits you like a glove. The product is produced in seconds. Do you want hot fudge sundae on a hot day? You got it. Replicators recycle old things back into plasma energy. There's no waste, no trash, no garbage, nothing to pollute the environment or to destroy the ecosystem. Soil is plasma energy. Plants are plasma energy. Take a replicator to a poor village, and those people can have everything they ever dreamed of in a matter of minutes. Replicators will eliminate the need for massive amounts of land to feed the population. Anything you want, you can have it. 3D printers are the forerunners of replicators. Accelerate that 100 times and you have a replicator. Everything in creation is composed of plasma energy. Replicators are off-world technology given to us by the Galactics, who are sharing this technology with the human race. This technology is coming. It's going to be available everywhere. You will be able to have a phenomenal time with it constantly. Monday, June 2nd. Insane. American taxpayers paid $50 billion for the Black Lives Matter street protests orchestrated with money laundered to NGOs. 17th letter on Telegram. NGOs simulated ways to weaponize race relations in America in case a clear Trump win was coming. It was all planned and paid for. The exact group behind the Transition Integrity Project, which explicitly plotted in the height of the George Floyd riots, ran a war game about how the Biden campaign, in case Trump won in a clear win scenario, clear Trump win was the name of their scenario. Scenario 3, this is in June 2020, how the Biden campaign could get racial justice activists from these riots to be, quote, receptive to Biden call to take to the streets, and plotted what needed to be done to resource them and to cultivate relationships with Black Lives Matter's senior leadership and community leaders so that they would owe the Biden administration favors in case they need to be called on. And lo and behold, who paid them $50 billion? The Chamber of Commerce, then flooded them with $50 billion in contributions. You remember that all the different Chamber of Commerce companies just flooded billions of dollars of donations to BLM to destroy. Sunday, June 1st, massive traitor exposed. DIA operative handed U.S. military secrets to globalists to block Trump's takeover. 17th letter on Telegram. The arrest of Nathan Vilas Losh has blown open a scandal that reaches the very core of America's collapsing defense infrastructure. This was not a whistleblower. This was a traitor embedded at the highest levels of U.S. intelligence, smuggling classified defense data to foreign-controlled hands in an effort to sabotage the Trump-led military restoration and the unfolding quantum financial system. Lash wasn't just an IT tech in the DIA's Insider Threat Division. He was the insider threat, placed inside since 2019. He operated as a covert asset of the globalist network. His mission clear: dismantle U.S. defense capabilities from within into the hands of foreign proxies designed to undermine Trump's constitutional resurgence. His emails dripped with ideological hatred for the Trump administration. He was not angry. He was following orders. He was caught smuggling secrets in socks, lunchboxes, and a thumb drive recovered in a sting at a Virginia park. That drive contained classified briefings on U.S. conflict response protocols and defense infrastructure. This wasn't careless, it was calculated. A precision act of espionage timed to strike just as Trump's White Hat's forces began exposing internal rot across the Pentagon and DIA. Lash's handlers were not just watching, they were panicking. What the media won't tell you is this: His arrest came days after explosive documents were declassified, showing multiple DIA officials complicit in covert sabotage operations designed to neutralize Trump's executive orders on defense sovereignty. This is why the FBI moved, not as heroes, but as crisis managers trying to put a lid on an internal rebellion that was about to go public. Lash is no outlier. His actions mirror other recent cases. Jack Teixeira, Gulken gun agents caught moving secrets through Discord servers, encrypted channels, and underground routes to Mexico. These are not disconnected events. They are part of a coordinated campaign to derail the QFS, the Nisara financial reset, now rolling out under Trump's restored command. Trump's alliance has turned off the money tap, locked out foreign interests, and begun reclaiming America's gold-backed sovereignty, and Lash's betrayal was meant to stall that mission. He worked for the same network that backed regime change wars, rigged financial systems, and biowarfare programs designed or disguised as health initiatives. His so-called foreign government connection? A proxy of globalist oligarchs, an invisible empire built to enslave. The DIA won't comment because they can't. The same officials who placed Lash in the Insider Threat Division are the ones who created the vulnerability. He was a controlled implant, operating with bureaucratic clearance, protected by layers of silence. The media's narrative, one bad actor, is a cover story designed to keep the deeper infiltration hidden. This is what happens when patriots start winning. The traitors begin to surface, the shadows start to panic. The leaks become floods. Lash's arrest was not just about national security. It was about stopping Trump's unstoppable return. They failed. The system is exposing itself. The takedown is accelerating. And the real storm is just beginning. Tribunals to clones. The illusion is now reality. Carrie Cassidy on Telegram. The world you thought you knew no longer exists. What stands before you today is a theater of shadows, a cast of lookalikes, synthetics, AI puppets, and post-human proxies, keeping the illusion alive while the real players are long gone, executed, arrested, silenced by military tribunals far from the public eye. Since 2019, secret tribunals authorized under Trump's executive orders have been processing high-level figures accused of treason, trafficking, and crimes against humanity. But instead of letting their absence raise alarms, the system replaced them in plain sight with flawless doubles, advanced clones, organic robotoids, synthetic tissue models, and even holographic replicas. The illusion is not just well-crafted, it's seamless. Actual human clones now walk among us, created in vitro or through accelerated growth methods. They carry the exact DNA of the original, synthetic humans built from animal-derived tissues and engineered to mimic human behavior, fill public roles. Organic robotoids, part biological, part machine, are used for complex public appearances and interviews. The deep state has even gone as far as recruiting real-life doubles and modifying them surgically to become stand-ins. You've seen it. Sudden changes in facial structure, tone of voice, emotion, expression. One day they limp, the next they don't. Some age in reverse, others vanish from the spotlight for medical procedures and return unrecognizable. These are not conspiracies, they are signals of a swap, a placeholder, a carefully calculated substitution. And it doesn't stop there. Transvestite actors play roles of prominent female figures. AI-powered avatars give speeches behind green screens. In some cases, full holograms or CGI overlays are used for live events, indistinguishable to the human eye. The deception is not futuristic, it's now, and it's everywhere. The goal is control, continuity, psychological management of a population that must not be allowed to panic. As long as the face remains on the screen, the illusion of order persists, but beneath it, the real story unfolds. The tribunals are real, the arrests are ongoing. The original figures are no longer operating in the public sphere. You are being shown a stage. Every press conference, red carpet, award show, inauguration, or funeral, all choreographed. The players you see are not the ones making the decisions. Many are no longer alive. Many are in military custody. Many have been dealt with. This is not entertainment. This is not speculation. This is disclosure. It's happening slowly, methodically, to minimize global shock. But the cracks are visible now. You have felt them. You've questioned what your instincts could not explain. And now the truth is bleeding through. We are in the final phase of the illusion. Watch closely, speak cautiously, and prepare for the moment when the veil drops completely. What's coming next will leave the world speechless. Monday, June 2nd, exposed. They used your money to destroy Trump and silence the truth. QFS on Telegram. The regime's war on the American people is no longer hidden. Documents now confirm what many feared. A foreign-based operation funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars was weaponized to shut down Trump's voice, bankrupt conservative media, and control everything you see. The Global Disinformation Index, based in the UK and backed by the National Endowment for Democracy, received millions under the pretense of fighting foreign disinformation, but its real target was domestic. President Trump, the America First movement, and any media outlet that did not align with the globalist narrative. From 2021 to 2023, over $1.25 million was funneled to GDI's U.S. arm, AN Foundation. Their mission: label conservative voices high risk, blacklist them from advertising, and destroy their financial infrastructure. Newsmax, Daily Wire, New York Post all flagged, censored, and cut off from funding. The result, over $100 million in ad revenue lost in just 15 months. The goal wasn't media reform, it was coordinated political sabotage. True, Trump was not just censored. He was targeted in a global operation involving GDI, the SPLC, Big Tech, and intelligence-linked NGOs. These groups did not just track narratives. They created blacklists, manipulated search algorithms, and fed justification for bans across every major platform. All of it approved behind closed doors, protected under the illusion of saving democracy. What they really built was a digital guillotine, and you were the target. This was not just a domestic plot. The same suppression models are now being exported globally. The State Department's Global Engagement Center is training foreign governments in censorship protocols. The UN, WHO, Google, and AI coalitions are replicating it worldwide. What started as fact-checking has evolved into total narrative control. They now bury with algorithms, but the exposure of GDI cracks the system wide open. The question now isn't whether this is happening. The question is how much longer the people will tolerate it. Judy note, according to President Trump, today, Sunday, June 1st, Joe Biden was executed at Gitmo on January 17, 2021. He was buried at Arlington Cemetery the day of his fake inauguration, January 20th, 2021. And we have a link. Boom, the greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal, AMG News. Why? Take a look at this article I wrote back in 2021. People said I was crazy back then. The cabal's BlackRock has been sued for Israel's chemical attack, and now Israel is set to attack Iran, backed by the cabal's UN and NATO. Military intel has confirmed that the United States suffered through a fake Joe Biden presidency coup, where the Barack Hussein Obama regime ruled from the shadows from a mandate by Satan worshiper George Soros and the Chinese Communist Party to take down America. Obama's regime was paid big bucks for creating over 8,000 forged pardons and over 1,499 commutations signed by AutoPen. Trump official David Sachs confirmed that Elizabeth Warren controlled the AutoPen used to approve Biden-era laws. Warren greenlit every order, every fake signature, every action signed by the AutoPen, a mechanical device meant for rare emergencies. But under Biden, it became the default tool of the regime. Obama himself was an illegitimate U.S. president. Military intelligence found him to be CIA installed with a foreign birth and fake identity, a digitally manufactured forgery traced back to CIA labs in Langley, Virginia. The real Obama birth document extracted from British colonial archives proved Obama was born in Mombasa, Kenya in 1961, not Hawaii. What we think we know as of Monday, June 2nd. Sunday, June 1st, breaking. Russia places nuclear forces on high alert. Unconfirmed, but mounting reports indicate Oreshnik and Russia's strategic nuclear arsenal have been placed on high readiness following Ukrainian strikes and Russian Iskander missile retaliation. Strategic silos and mobile units are being activated. Command posts in Oreshnik, linked to Russia's nuclear response chain, are now on elevated status. Satellite data hints at unusual military activity near known warhead transport routes. There is an escalating direct conflict between NATO-aligned Ukraine and the Russian Federation. This level of readiness has not been seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Sunday, June 1st, it's coming. Prepare for a blackout in the next 24 hours. Democrats let AutoPen run America. Now they're all going to prison. Breaking. Democrats let a friggin' AutoPen run America. Now they're all going to prison. On Sunday, June 1st, 2025, President Trump posted, "There is no Joe Biden executed in 2020. I've been telling you for years. Joe Biden was shot a long time ago. You've been watching Joe Biden." The actor playing the role of the century. Masks are real. Biden clones and doubles of robotic engineered soulless mindless entities are what you see. Biden presidency coup. A shadow regime forged a fake Biden U.S. presidency. Insiders sold 8,000 forged pardons. Over 1,499 commutations signed by AutoPen machine. Biden was not in charge. A circle of unelected handlers ruled from the shadows. Sunday, June 1st, Obama was never legitimate. The military has confirmed foreign birth, fake identity, child trafficking, and high treason. Obama and Biden's $7 billion taxpayer heist, the largest financial crime in U.S. history. In April 2024, the Climate Fund United Fund was handed $7 billion by Biden's EPA, a slush fund that disappeared into Democrat coffers. Campaign war chests and private foundations with no audits, no hearings, and no accountability. Saturday, May 31st, Obama arrested for high treason. Wednesday, May 28th, the fake Pocahontas was using the AutoPen. Elizabeth Warren controlled the AutoPen. And Saturday, May 31st, the government contract awarded to clean up the fire debris after the Lahaina Maui fires went to a company that was paid more than the cost to rebuild each home. Almost $1.5 million per lot just to clean up. It's the same company doing the LA fire cleanup. What are the odds? This one is going to blow your mind. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers paid $396 million to ECC, the same company who's doing the LA fire cleanup, to clear 268 lots. That's almost $1.5 million per lot, which is not only enough to clear the lots of their fire debris, but it's enough to rebuild the homes. How can this not be corruption? And Monday, May 26th, the Supreme Court just detonated the legal firewall shielding the deep state in a landmark ruling. SCOTUS confirmed that President Trump can now remove heads of independent federal agencies at will. No approval, no process, no delays. All executive agencies are now fully accountable to the president. Tuesday, May 27th, Speaker Johnson to fake Tapper. We are not cutting Medicaid. There are 1.4 million illegals on Medicaid and 4.8 million able-bodied individuals on Medicaid who choose not to work. This is called fraud, and that is what we are eliminating. And Wednesday, May 28th, because of Doge, they just removed 12.3 million individuals listed at over 120 years old from Social Security. and not one legacy propaganda network will mention it. Sunday, June 1st, they told you the Great Reset failed, that the people rejected it, that the plan collapsed under resistance. It mutated. It learned your language, wore new colors, and re-entered through the back door of everyday life. Today, it's no longer sold as a reset. It's repackaged as climate urgency, digital safety, public health, and financial inclusion. And while you were distracted, it embedded itself in your phone, your wallet, your passport, and your behavior. May 28th, the European Union just launched its most aggressive attack yet on digital freedom. With $736 million in taxpayer money, Brussels is building a censorship superstructure designed to crush dissent, silence truth, and hunt down resistance. They call it anti-misinformation. We know it for what it is: digital warfare. And Saturday, May 31st, situation update, Restored Republic via a GCR update as of May 31st. EBS alert imminent. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram, Saturday, May 31st, 2025. A 72-hour media blackout was imminent while 7,000 plus sealed indictments would be executed. Full disclosure would be broadcast of election fraud, facts, genocide, economic sabotage. Major public announcement at any moment. Alert. Scheduled broadcasts and official statements. All signs point to a major public announcement at any moment. Government and media sources hint at coordinated emergency broadcast system tests and press briefings this week. Expect official statements from financial authorities confirming the reset, possibly unveiling new currency rates or debt cancellation policies. Be ready when the signal goes out. Millions will see proof of the new system. EBS testing and encrypted test alerts have already been reported in several regions. A full-scale broadcast to all networks may occur tonight or tomorrow to confirm the launch. Authority statements, central bank governors, and financial ministers are on standby to speak publicly. Briefings will emphasize transparency, sovereignty, and the end of financial tyranny. System status. Technical monitoring dashboards are green across the board. I've confirmed that the core QFS servers are handling simulated transaction loads flawlessly with no errors. Market readiness. Even traditional financial markets are adjusting. Stock exchanges and currency platforms are poised to switch to the new asset-backed basis. New exchange rates may be published within hours, and the pieces are in place for history to unfold. Prepare to witness the global reset. Keep your notifications on, and when alerts arrive, follow the provided steps immediately. Trust the process. Our era of true economic freedom is here. Sunday, June 1st, the final stress tests are complete. QFS goes global next. Ben Fulford on Telegram. Over the last 72 hours, I've received confirmation from 3 separate banking insiders. All systems tied to the new sovereign QFS network passed their final validation protocols. Biometric access nodes were stress tested at 10,000 plus concurrent logins. Real-time cross-border test transfers completed in under 1.8 seconds. Regional nodes across 12 countries returned 100% success rates under military oversight. This is not theoretical anymore. It's done. The tech works. The funding is mapped. The codes are locked. The reason they've delayed the public rollout until July 4th: coordination, security, timing. You don't turn on the new financial system mid-chaos. You wait until every actor is boxed in, every backdoor closed. The military is now watching every central bank channel. They've seized key data centers in Switzerland and Singapore. Q phones were activated for Tier 1 comms. This is a controlled ignition, and it's going to change the planet. Get ready. Sunday, June 1st, Snowden's final drop. Military RV treaty activated. 209 nations full economic reset underway. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Edward Snowden is sounding the alarm. The greatest global shift in human history is unfolding right now, and you were never supposed to see it. The RV is real. The stellar network has been quietly synchronized. A military-enforced treaty signed by 209 nations is live, activating a financial warfare operation designed to destroy the cabal's control. Behind the scenes, U.S. Space Force and international military coalitions are executing a full-spectrum currency revaluation with top-secret military coordination. And Snowden just leaked intel confirming Gitmo-level protocols have begun. This is not about money, it's about reclaiming freedom for humanity. Codenamed Eagle Transition, the operation revalues suppressed currencies, Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zimbabwe zim, crushing IMF strongholds and reversing decades of financial slavery. Every bank transaction is now being mirrored on stellar quantum rails. Trillions locked in prosperity funds are being released, not for governments, but for you. Snowden confirmed this is why they tried to silence him. The Share the Wealth program is not a myth. It's a classified redistribution matrix designed to eliminate poverty. While deep state banks collapse from within, humanitarian projects, wealth recoding, infrastructure miracles, all prepared for rollout after deep state cleansing completes. Military tribunals are baked into this transition. That's why elite assets are vanishing, CEOs are resigning, currencies are freezing, and Gitmo flights are spiking. This is the final phase of a plan forged in secret for decades. The public was kept in the dark, but Snowden just smashed the blackout. Why now? Because the systems are secure. The enemy is cornered, and Edward Snowden just broke rank to confirm. The banks, the treaties, the stellar activation, it's all happening. The fake debt slavery grid is being erased. Entire nations will be reborn overnight. This is not theory, it's war, a silent financial war enforced by military might, coordinated globally and monitored in real time. The world you know is gone. The one coming next is unimaginable. Edward Snowden, military RV, Gitmo Ops, stellar banking, 209 nations just took the oath. Hold the line. Trust the plan. QFS accounts have been activated worldwide and there is no turning back. QFS on Telegram. The old system is disintegrating as banks collapse in real time. Payment giants are stripped of power and corrupt financial elites are being dragged to military tribunals at Gitmo. This is not speculation, this is happening. The quantum financial system is live and operating under military control. Everything you knew about money, credit, and ownership is being rewritten from the ground up. The banks falling right now were never victims, they were the engine of global exploitation. Deutsche Bank, HSBC, JP Morgan, names that laundered trillions for the cabal, are being neutralized with precision. Executives are being removed, their wealth seized, and their crimes archived as evidence for tribunals that are already underway behind closed doors. This is not economic chaos, it's strategic warfare. The days of Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and Stripe exploiting humanity are ending. QFS debit cards secured by biometric verification and quantum encryption are replacing them permanently. No more fraud, no more hidden fees, no more theft disguised as banking. And beneath it all, the quantum internet is rising, a new infrastructure immune to hacking. Censorship or surveillance. Every QFS account is linked to the individual owner's biometric ID. Every transaction is instant, uncorrupted, and untraceable by outside forces. If you haven't been notified yet, it's only a matter of time. Every human already has a QFS account tied to their national ID. Once the full system activates, you'll receive instructions on how to access it. Fiat currency is collapsing by design. The rainbow currency backed by gold and silver will become the only financial standard. Over 60 countries have already transitioned into silence. Zim bond redemptions are underway quietly, precisely, and every redeemed bond is fueling humanitarian efforts that bypass the old corrupt systems. But security is tight. NDAs are mandatory. Military guards every redemption center. Cabal infiltration attempts have been crushed in real time. Those trying to exploit the system are being detained, not warned. Biometric scans and encrypted confirmations now decide your access. This is not about speculation anymore. It's about alignment. Leaks will not be tolerated. One slip and your file is closed permanently. Behind all of this is the Alliance, Military operations have raided secret vaults in London, Zurich, Hong Kong, recovering stolen gold and restoring or destroying the cash reserves that funded the old regime, underground networks for child trafficking. Nisara is real. QFS is the infrastructure, and everything is moving faster than expected. South Africa is shifting from cabal rule to Nisara alignment. Iraq is preparing a currency revaluation backed by real gold, pushing the Middle East into the reset. The global power balance is changing before our eyes. This is the end of their control. The quantum financial age has arrived. The wealth of the world is returning to the people. You have been chosen to witness it. Stay alert, stay silent, stay ready. The reset is active, the transfer is live, and the future belongs to the awakened. Sunday, June 1st, the Great Reset, it mutated into digital slavery. Matt Wallace on Telegram. They told you the Great Reset failed, that the people rejected it, that the plan collapsed under resistance, but that was the lie. It mutated. It learned your language, wore new colors, and re-entered through the back door of everyday life. Today, it's no longer sold as a reset. It's repackaged as climate urgency, digital safety and public health and financial inclusion. And while you were distracted, it embedded itself in your phone, your wallet, your passport, and your behavior. They realized you saw the first act, so they rewrote the script. What could not be pushed through emergency mandates is now being woven into code, contracts, and compliance scores. The same architects, the World Economic Forum, IMF, UN, corporate media, and central banks, did not retreat. They rebranded. Now it's not about convincing you, it's about excluding you if you don't conform. Refuse the carbon score, no travel. Refuse the digital ID, no access to your account. Speak too loud, you simply disappear from search. You won't be arrested, you'll be erased. Central bank digital currencies are being presented as innovation, but they're nothing more than programmable control chips in your wallet. Biometric health IDs are pitched as safety, but they function as access keys to your life, your food, your energy, your speech, your movement. All are being rerouted through systems designed to reward obedience and punish dissent. You're not being forced, you're being conditioned. That's the mutation. Tyranny dressed in convenience. Trump did not just reject the reset, he exposed it. In the middle of this global reprogramming stands Trump, who saw it coming. He pulled the U.S. out of the global pacts designed to transfer sovereignty to unelected technocrats. He dismantled climate treaties that were nothing more than wealth extraction schemes. He defunded corrupt global health institutions. His return is not just a political event, it's an existential threat to their digital empire. If you think the reset is over, you're already in its grasp. It no longer wears its old name. It speaks through ESG, digital finance, inclusive policies, and AI safety. But make no mistake, it is the same beast. The only firewall left is Trump. The only resistance left is you. And the only choice left is clear. Integrate or insurrect. History won't remember the compliant. It will remember the defiant. Restored Republic. Brunson case filed in Supreme Court October 13, 2022. The Supreme Court's decision on the Brunson case was expected to soon be announced. A ruling in favor of Brunson that 388 members of Congress committed 9 acts of treason by not investigating voter fraud in an alleged rigged 2020 election would remove all 388 respondents from office, all including Joseph Biden would likely be charged with treason, be arrested, and undergo military tribunals. Brunson's complaint alleges fraud, violations of the oath of office, and touches on acts of treason committed by the respondents, 388 members of Congress, including President Joseph Biden, Michael Pence, Kamala Harris, and John and Jane Doe's 1 through 100. When the allegations of a rigged election came forward, the respondents had a duty under law to investigate it or be removed from office. The efforts made that avoided an investigation of how Biden won the election is an act of 9 treason and an act of levying war against the U.S. Constitution which violated Brunson's unfettered right to vote in an honest and fair election, and as such, it wrongfully invalidated his vote. Supreme Court docket files, we have a link at www.supremecourt.gov, and Supreme Court docket PDF, there's a link. Brunson's complaint alleges fraud, violations of the oath of office, and touches on acts of treason committed by the respondents, 388 members of Congress, including President Joseph Biden, Michael Pence, Kamala Harris, and John and Jane Doe, Does 1 through 100. These offenses are flowing continually against Brunson's liberties and life, and consequently is a continual national security breach. Voting is the greatest power an individual can exercise in a republic. It is Brunson's personal voice and the way he can protect his personal constitutional protected rights in the U.S. Constitution. When the allegations of a rigged election came forward, the respondents had a duty, under law, to investigate it or be removed from office. An honest and fair election can only be supported by legal votes. This is sacred. It is the basis of our U.S. Republican form of government, protected by the U.S. Constitution. The efforts made that avoided an investigation of how Biden won the election is an act of treason and an act of levying war against the U.S. Constitution, which violated Brunson's unfettered right to vote in an honest and fair election, and as such, it wrongfully invalidated his vote. Conclusion: this petition is set forth in the interest of justice, in protecting Brunson's right to petition for a redress of grievances against the respondents, and ensuring his right of due process against the encroachment of the doctrine of equitable maxim, and charging the respondents who failed to investigate the allegations of a rigged election by having them removed from office without further delay. Dated October 13, 2022, respectfully submitted, Raylan J. Brunson. Trump is leading it all. Since January, he's bypassed the fake DC regime and reactivated sealed indictments, over 500,000 globally. Gitmo has expanded. Military tribunals are underway across classified zones. Nevada, Texas, Alaska, these are not symbolic arrests. These are operations backed by direct executive orders and coordinated under Space Force command. The silence of the media isn't ignorance, it's treason. But silence will not save them. The cover-up is collapsing.
We are moving to warfighting readiness. When we are being directly threatened by states with advanced military forces, the most effective way to deter them is to be ready.
Wars and rumors of wars. Saturday, May 31st, breaking alert, the Pentagon goes code black. China prepares for war. Pete Hegseth warning the threat is real, imminent. Sunday, June 1st, Israel to attack Iran. Something big is about to happen in 11 hours. Prophetic word, God's message today. Sunday, June 1st, the cabal's BlackRock has officially been sued for the chemical terrorist attack in East Palestine. Sunday, June 1st, if anyone thinks a nearly beaten Ukraine, which has lost 500,000 plus soldiers in a 36-month period, managed to pull off a covert, wide-area, multi-domain, multi-terrain, infiltrate, sabotage, and destroy military operation over more than 1,000 square miles of inland Russia without NATO's assistance, I've got some beachfront property in Siberia that I'd like to sell at a premium. The Q News Patriot on Telegram. And Sunday, June 1st, another false flag involving Israel just happened. X.com, Shadow of Israel. Saturday, May 31st, Lindsey Graham says he has enough backing in Congress to impose a 500% tariff on Russian oil, gas, uranium, and other imports, regardless of President Trump. Sunday, June 1st, subliminal programming, mind control of the masses. Mass shooting in North Carolina. Mass shooting Hickory, 12 shot, police armed suspect, North Carolina, live. And Sunday, June 1st, Nashville, Tennessee, Mayor Freddie O'Connell mandated all Nashville employees and first responders to report all ICE interactions to him directly. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell then released those names of ICE agents to the public. This is literally treason. Wow. Sunday, June 1st, Robert F. Kennedy says Bill Gates plans to launch low orbiting satellites that will be used to survey the population 24/7. RFK Jr., we're going to see 415,000 low orbit satellites. Bill Gates says his 65,000 satellites alone will be able to look at every square inch of the planet 24 hours a day. White hats on Telegram. Well, that's a nightmare. That's a scary nightmare, isn't it? Sunday, June 1st, 5 members of the Democrat Party in Bridgeport, Connecticut and Pennsylvania have been criminally charged with counts of voter fraud at the state and federal levels regarding mail-in ballots. And Sunday, June 1st, giant internet breach of passwords. There's a YouTube link. Sunday, June 1st, Marines arrest FEMA goon who terrorized Maui. Real Raw News. Saturday, May 31st, Speaker Mike Johnson to Elon Musk. You exposed the swamp. Congress will strike. Intel drop. Another Hillary Clinton story from Broomstick 1 to Benghazi. I like that. Broomstick 1. A deep state failure in full view. Sunday, June 1st, breaking. SCOTUS rules Trump can remove heads of independent federal agencies. Total executive domination. And Sunday, June 1st, Gitmo update. Guantanamo Bay detention camp arrests, indictments, and executions for thousands of new ex-elite prisoners. Official documents. Sunday, June 1st, from tribunals to clones. Clones, doubles, actors, transvestites hiding in plain sight. Holographic or CGI. The illusions are so real now. They have become normal. Sunday, June 1st, Obama was never legitimate. Military confirms foreign birth, fake identity, child trafficking, and high treason. Nisara on Telegram. The biggest lie in American history is as of May 29th, 2025, military intelligence has confirmed what the deep state never thought would be exposed. Barack Hussein Obama was a CIA-installed foreign-born puppet, psychological weapon of globalist infiltration. His presidency was an op. His life a fabrication. His mission, destroy America from within. U.S. Cyber Command verified Obama's so-called birth certificate as a digitally manufactured forgery, traced back to CIA labs in Langley. The real document extracted from British colonial archives proves Obama was born in Mombasa, Kenya, in 1961, not Hawaii. That makes every act of his presidency constitutionally invalid. Every bill, every judge, every war, null and void under national security law. With military tribunals underway, Trump's emergency orders were reversing Obama's legacy in real time. Gitmo is full. Satellite sites are live across Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Camp Delta. Michelle or Michael Obama? A Pentagon file confirms the transition from Michael LaVaughn Robinson, funded by Operation Lantern Sky. DNA results confirm 0 biological children. Malia and Sasha were sourced through CIA-controlled surrogates tied to Epstein's network. Witnesses are under protection, medical documents locked in evidence. Even Hollywood got involved. Obama's team tried to blackmail Jennifer Aniston to silence her knowledge of elite trafficking rings, and the operation failed. Now she's under military protection. Indictments are incoming. Obama's role in international child trafficking is now fully declassified. Documents show his direct approval of youth extraction teams disguised as aid missions through USAID and UN fronts. Those children were funneled into blackmail operations, filmed abuse to control politicians and bankers. One of these, Red Room Orchid, was dismantled by White Hat units in March, exposing links to D.C., Brussels, and Geneva. Obama knew. He signed off, and he protected every monster involved. And while the deep state tries to push Netflix disinformation, the truth is already flooding out. The 2013 Ricin plot, a staged psyop, Netflix's docuseries was crafted by Obama's inner circle to cover up Operation Black Cherry, a DHS plan to paint patriots as terrorists. As of now, 34 tribunals are active. Obama has not been seen in public since March 10th. He's under military containment in Kalorama. His comms cut, PED 45 through 77, is active. The sealed indictment? Hours away from unsealing. Obama's fall marks the rebirth of the Republic. The mask is off. The storm is here. And nothing can stop what's coming.
The first thing I want to talk about is the speech made by King Charles at the Canadian Parliament on May 27th. Now, I've been in touch with MI6 and British intelligence, and this speech was read by